Hello, hello, hello. We are back and live. And tonight right now we have Kaylee Zhang all the way from Hartford, Connecticut, who single-handedly installs Pratt& and Whitney engines on Airbuses and who is the Nutmeg Division Superintendent. She is here to present our clinic with on using cell phone speakers for DCC. Kelly, take it away.
Hello, everybody. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully, you are all staying safe and doing well. Tonight, we have a very special presentation for you guys with using cellular loudspeakers for DCC sound. Before we start, I want to give a big shout out to Jordan. Thank you for that lovely introduction. I also want to give a shout out to Gordy and the rest of the NMRA X team for putting this together and organizing this. This is, I think, a great new frontier that we're going to be experimenting with, and hopefully, we'll be bringing more interesting programming in the near future. So, with that being said, let's get started. A little bit about me first for those who don't know me. As Jordan alluded to, I am a mechanical engineer who work in the aviation industry. I'm currently an engineering contractor for Pratt& Whitney, which is a major aircraft engine manufacturer here in Connecticut. Originally, I was from Phillipsburg, New Jersey, and my love of trains all started from there. For those who know Northeastern railroading, Phillipsburg, New Jersey was a very important junction as it was the first town in New Jersey right across the Delaware River. So many railroads coming over from the Bethlehem, Allentown, and Easton area all crossed into Phillipsburg. Some of you may have seen me on a 2006 documentary film called Model Citizens, or you may have heard my voice as I'm a frequent contributor to both A Modeler's Life and Model Rail Radio podcasts. Um, I currently do model in HO scale. I am in the process of working on the layout. And as Jordan had mentioned before, I am the current superintendent of the Nutmeg Division, as well as the photo contest chair for the Northeastern region. So, for those who are coming in, we are still having our regional conference in October. More information, you can go to www.millcity2020.com. And if you do come, please, 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 I would love to see your photographs and I would love to have it in the photo contest. So there's a plug for our Northeastern convention. And right now we're still go for this convention in October. All right. So let's get started. So tonight we're going to talk about DCC sound, a little bit about what it is, why it's so great. We're going to talk about mobile loudspeakers, it's cell phone speakers, what makes them work, why they sound better, etc. I'll go through a little bit of an installation tips and tricks, and then we'll conclude the program with a live demo. For those who want a copy of this presentation, you can go to the A Modeler's Life podcast page, www.amodelerslife.com/clinics.html, and scroll down and you can find a copy of this presentation. For this program, I'm going to do something a little bit unusual. I'm going to ask everyone to hold off on asking questions till the very end or when we get to the question slides, so we can have time to set up the live demo portion. So with that, let's get started. Okay, DCC sound. Why is it so great? Well, DCC sound brings a whole new level of realism to operations. And what do I mean by that is we have things like bridges, tunnels, stations, grade crossings. They're all now interactive points on the layout. Also, things like communicating with crews, between train crews, conductor, engineer, etc. That's now another interactive point on the layout. And then, as a side benefit, you can use the sound to kind of track if a train is moving inside of a hidden piece of hidden trackage. There's nothing more frustrating than seeing your train enter into a helix, and then suddenly you wait and wait and wait, and nothing comes out at the other end of the tunnel. So, side benefit with that, you could track it and then send in a rescue crew as necessary. So, in summary, DCC sound gives life to an otherwise flat world. But like all good things in life, there are challenges associated with DCC sound. Or for one, you have large, cumbersome components that you have to mount. And for what do I mean by that? Well, here's a picture of a standard DCC sound decoder. You have the decoder itself that has to be mounted. You have wire bundles that needs to be accounted for and tucked into the shell. Obviously, you have a speaker you have to worry about. And then most DCC sound also includes this external capacitor, so your sound isn't clipped over every little dirty piece of track. You also have to make modifications to the chassis for this hardware. In modern locomotives, where everything we pack the shells now to the hilt with weight to give more pulling power, better traction. You do have to make modifications to accommodate some of all this hardware. You also have to make provisions for sound to emit. Now, not so much of a problem with newer locomotives, as we now have see-through grills. We have different openings throughout the locomotive that will permit the sound to come out. But on older blue box locomotives, Mantuas, AHM, etc., where everything's so tight and tighter than a nun's habit, I would say, you do have to make room for sound to come out. Also, too, sound doesn't sound quite right. And what do I mean by that? Well, we have distortions we also have to worry about. We also lack any sort of depth in that sound, so they just sound kind of flat. There are sounds that originate from odd locations, so nothing more distracting than see this beautiful big boy come out of the tunnel and then hear the chuff coming out of the tender. Okay, so what is sound? Well, sound at its fundamental is nothing more than a vibration in a fluid. Air in engineering and in science is considered fluid. So, how do you make vibrations in the air? Well, talking does that, but we use what's known as a driver in engineering, or commonly we call it the speaker. Now, the speaker is comprised of several different parts. We have the basket, which is kind of like the backbone of the speaker, which kind of, or driver, will and gives it some structural integrity. You also have the magnet and the voice coil. The magnet, pretty self-explanatory. You have your north and south poles, but you have the voice coil, which is what the wires, when you connect or solder to your decoder, it feeds into this voice coil. And as you put a current through it, it creates its own magnetic field, and it interplays with the magnet, which causes this cone, which is this U-shaped contact lens shape device. And it could be paper, it could be plastic, but that cone is designed to push air up and down, back and forth, due to the interaction of this voice coil. Now, there are a couple of other parts, like the surround, which basically just attaches the cone to the basket, and then a spider, which kind of helps damp out any extra motion so that the speaker doesn't keep bouncing around indefinitely. Okay. So, time and time again, we are told that bigger is always better, right? Well, that's not always true. And yes, that's what she said. Bigger speakers do give the best volume and best amount of bass. However, like Rumpelstiltskin said, there are trade-offs. All magic comes with a price. You lose out on higher frequencies. Why is that? Well, big speakers have a bigger cone, right? Well, bigger cones have more mass, and When things, Newton's first law says that when things are at rest, right, when they're big, fat, dumb, and happy, they don't really want to move. So you can't move it as fast, and doesn't get up to speed very fast. But also, the bigger the mass is, the harder it is to move faster because that's all higher frequencies. It just means that there's more oscillations or more vibrations in a given second. So big mass, harder to produce higher frequencies. You also have vibrations and resonance problem because sound is really an energy, right? So inside the locomotive shell, if you don't have things properly secured, it'll start to rattle, and then you'll have different weird noises that's coming out other than the sound that you want to hear. It also requires a big enclosures, and since our locomotives are already packed to the hill with weight, which means you need to have more real estate in order to house the bigger speaker. And then there's also no real need for a loud volume. Now, I put an asterisk there because obviously, if you're going to be in a club setting or in a public setting, say at a train show, then you might want to have the bigger speakers for the more volume. But overall, for our home layouts, generally speaking, we don't really need to have super high volumes for every locomotive. Okay, speakers, remember how I said they don't really like to move? Well, that's a phenomenon known as dB roll off. Because it's a mechanical device, it has mechanical limitations. As the graph kind of shows, this is the frequency, the whole human audio spectrum from 20 hertz to 20 kilohertz. And as you can see at the high end, you see that little tail off. Let me, oops. Go back here for a second. Sorry, folks, minor technical difficulties. Let's see. I presented you. Okay, let me go back a second. Where's my laser pointer? Okay, my laser pointer is not working. Let's not fool around with that. Okay. So I don't know if you could see my cursor, but over at the high end, you see that roll off. That's basically where the speaker can no longer start to produce volume at that certain frequency because again, physics dictate it can't go that fast. But the problem also exists in this bottom end where you see towards the low end frequency, it also rolls off. Same thing. A very big speaker can produce it, but it's going to be hard because again, it's fat, dumb, and happy, so it doesn't really want to move. Model railroad speakers tend to start to roll off on the bottom end at around 300 to 500 hertz, which is up in this kind of range. Why is that significant? Hold on to that fact, and I'll tell you in a little bit. Okay, so how do we make things better? Well, we use what's known as an enclosure, or for those across the pond, baffles. The idea of a baffle is to make speakers to be more efficient by eliminating some of that backwards wave coming off from the backstroke of the driver. What do I mean by that? Well, if you look at this animation, you kind of can see it snap forward and snap backwards. When it snaps forward, it produces a wave. Well, usually 9 times out of 10, the speaker or the driver, the basket is actually open. So as it swings forward, it's also swinging backwards. And when it swings backwards, it's actually creating a secondary wave on the back end. Well, when that secondary wave runs around to the front side and merges with the front facing forward direction of the speakers, certain frequencies tend to cancel out or become amplified. So that's why a lot of times most railroad speakers sound flat because it's missing out or it's being canceled from some of that secondary wave. The enclosures will help with it. However, for best acoustic results, it has to be tuned. Too small, it's not really effective for the lower frequencies. In other words, it can't contain all that energy. Too large, and you can accidentally start highlighting harmonics, which again goes back to the whole issue of having certain frequencies be amplified and usually the least desirable frequencies, usually in the mid-range. So the million-dollar question, what makes for a good enclosure? Well, you have that equation. Then there's this equation. There's that. Ah, math. Lots and lots of math. That's the recipe for a good enclosure. So modern railroad enclosures, as a result, tends to be too small. One, we have the real estate issues. Two, the challenges of engineering. As you saw, there's a lot of equations and lots of math that's involved with it. And quite frankly, no one has the time with it. I'd rather be painting and weathering locomotives, much like what Ralph has taught, rather than sit there and crunching numbers and doing equations all day long. So it just takes too much time and effort. So as a result of that, we often use the enclosure as kind of an afterthought. We just find space and kind of shoehorn something into it. So as a result of all of that, sound quality, we tend to sacrifice it just for the sake of having sound. Okay, so let's put away our model railroading applications for a second, and then let's talk about the cell phone speakers. Let's talk about our cell phones. Really, any mobile device. It could be our tablets, it could be our laptops, what have you. Our mobile devices have truly become multifunctional devices. And what does that mean? Well, think about it. We use our phones not just to make phone calls, but we also use it as a calendar, a planner, notifications, or entertainment center. I'm sure some of you are watching this over your tablet or using over your cell phones. So your audio has to be able to produce it. We also use it as a camera and video recorder. So we record memories, record photos, record videos. The loudspeakers, when you really think about it, have changed how we use our devices, and how we interact with them. I remember the early days of the Nextel had the push to talk to phones, and it was kind of embarrassing to hear the grocery aisle, the evening plans of the guy of the next aisle over. Okay, so let's pretend we're all engineers for working for a high-tech electronics company. Apple, Samsung, LG, they hired us and they put us in charge with the speaker division. As an engineer, we have to come up with design requirements that's necessary to how we design our end product. What are some of the design requirements for a cell phone? Well, you got to have high clarity and low distortion, right? Because you want to hear your music. You want to hear what the person has to talk about. You want to hear what was recorded, your own voice notes, etc. Got to be loud enough, right? Because if you don't have it loud enough, you're putting it next to your ear. It kind of defeats the whole purpose of having somebody on speaker. Got to cover the audio, the human audio frequency spectrum. No one wants to sound like Charlie Brown's teacher, so we got to have a nice clear range in the whole human hearing spectrum. And it's still got to be small and compact to fit inside the cell phone, because unfortunately, speakers on cell phones aren't not the first priority. Usually, it's power, so the battery kind of dictates how much space is remaining for the speaker. Well, gee, doesn't all that sound familiar? They're perfect for DCC sound. The requirements for our locomotives in DCC is very similar to the requirements that cell phone manufacturers have to face when it comes to their design for their product line. The small size of the cell phone speakers allows for installation in tight locomotive quarters. And the best part is that enclosure is now part of the packaging and it's engineered for the best performance. So at the end of the day, for our purposes, it's virtually plug and play. Now, Rapido has pioneered the use of cell phone speakers in factory assembled models. So whenever you buy a Rapido product, you're already getting a cell phone speaker installed into your locomotive. That's why they sound so great. The other benefit is that loudspeakers are optimized for human speech frequencies. For men, it tends to resonate around 85 to 180 hertz. For women, it's around 165 to 55 hertz. Now, interesting fun fact, a little trivia fact: high frequencies is usually the first hearing loss to start. It's the first frequency where people experience frequency loss, and that's why a lot of times men have a hard time hearing women because our voice is high up in the frequency range, which means you probably are not even listening to my presentation, so you missed all of this good stuff. Coincidentally, why is that important for us? Well, diesel locomotives, they tend to fall in that same range. Take a look at this chart. In this particular graph, this was an engine that has a 16 cylinder, a 2,700 horsepower engine, which is pretty typical for most locomotives nowadays, or at least switcher based locomotives. It runs a little hotter than typical diesel locomotives, around 1,800, versus diesel locomotives is around 1,000. But for intents and purposes, this kind of illustrates what I want to demonstrate. If you look at these curves, each color represents how much the engine is loaded. They all tend to have a peak at around 125 hertz. Remember how I said in the very beginning that most model railroad speakers tend to roll off at 300 to 500 hertz? Well, with that little bit of information and taking a look at this graph, all this bottom end, all this bass is missing in our locomotives. The speaker can't physically produce it, so we actually don't get to hear it. So that's why the locomotives tend to sound flat, because as you can see here, it's all in that flat range, and it's all that mid range and high range, so you miss out on that bass. Okay, so here are some examples of cell phone speakers. The iPhone 4 is probably the most ubiquitous of all of them. This is really what started the whole cell phone speaker use in DCC. You kind of could see the dimensions here. It's roughly 2 inches long by 0.6 inches wide and a little over 3/16 tall. The nice thing about the iPhone 4 is that you can actually cut it in half. This is all plastic. You just cut it in half and then seal at the back end. Overall, I would say you can cut up to half of its overall length, and you won't really notice a decrease in performance. Over the size of it too, especially the length, it's really good for large locomotives. You can easily put it in. But why I want to draw your attention to this graph. This is the performance curve, frequency response curve for the iPhone 4 speaker. If you notice, the dB roll off for this particular speaker, the yellow is the iPhone 4, is it around like 175, 150 hertz before it starts to really appreciably roll off into nothingness? That, thinking back on our diesel curve, it shows that a lot of the bass is actually being captured in this particular region. And so that's what gives it the fullness, the depth. It covers a wide range, almost a true 20 to 20 kilohertz range. Okay. So the iPhone 4 is kind of old technology. There's iPhone 5 loudspeaker, which is what's unique about this. This is actually shorter, stubbier, but it is a little wider. Now, you do have to cut off this appendage. Let me do pointer options, laser pointers. Yes, you do have to cut off this little appendage on both models. Starting with the iPhones, their iPhone 5s, they started going into multiple variants of the same family. But overall, the speaker is pretty much the same. In any case, in either iPhone 5S or even regular iPhone 5s, you do have to cut off this appendage and just seal it. Now, word of caution: don't get glue down into the throat, because the sound comes out through here. Don't get through glue down in here. The speaker won't work. Ask me how I know. The one drawback of the iPhone 5 is that it tends to be not nearly as loud as the iPhone 4s. Overall, though, you really can't tell. Okay, moving away from the fruit company, on the Android side, we do have speakers such as like the Samsung Galaxy 4. As you can see, what's unique about the Samsungs is that they actually don't use a bottom discharge or side edge discharge for their sound. They use the broadside. So you can see here the grills that's where the sound discharge is coming out. Do you have to make a little bit of modification, this little flimsy plastic area where you just cut it out to allow wires to pass through so you can solder onto these two tabs. What's nice about this one too is that the width of this particular speaker happens to be just the width, the right size for most hood locomotives, so you can literally just press it in place and not have to worry about gluing or taping or any other forms of securing it. Okay, all those devices I've shown, I've kind of, they're kind of old. All right, they've fallen by the wayside. There's no longer relevant anymore. So there's new generations. So you have the iPhone 6 and iPhone 7s, and now 8s and 10s. Um, on the Android side, you have the Galaxy 6s, and for those who are using the Galaxy 7s, they come with a realistic flame effect. What's new and upcoming is smartwatches, right? Everything I've shown so far is usually small in one dimension, but as technology progresses, small devices like our smartwatches, they also have speakerphone capabilities, and they too have the same requirements. You want to cover as much as the audio spectrum. You need to be nice, small, and compact, and you want to have the best sound coming out of it. So as a result of that, this is potentially a new frontier where we can open up into using these cell phones into installations in even tighter quarters or even possibly N scale. Okay, I've talked about the technical benefits of using the cell phone speakers, right? But let's talk a little bit of financials for a second. Cell phone speakers are actually a very cost-efficient solution. This is an example of the TCS Sugar Cube that they have, and it's a decent speaker. Again, you can see it has a roll off at 300 hertz on the bottom end and only 10,000 hertz on the upper end. It's an 8 ohm, 0.85 watts. That's about an average rating. That retails $13.95, and they no longer include the 3D printed enclosure. You now have to manufacture your own. I think you can get the part number that has it, but for the most part, when you generically order the speakers, it's just the speaker and no enclosure is included. Versus the iPhone loudspeaker, 8 ohm. It's an 8 ohm speaker. It's 1 watt. The enclosure is integral, so it's all one piece, plug and play. But I sell it for $2 a speaker versus $13.95 MSRP for the TCS speaker. So as you can see, for a speaker that is better performance of wider development range, it's also a very cost efficient solution. So where can I buy? Well, you could go on eBay. You could go search and find it. But I want to draw your attention to this little statement down here. Greater than 7 business days. Realistically, it's probably about a month since it's coming from China. And now with our current situation, it's probably even longer. If you happen to be in Connecticut, you can always stop in at Tom's Trains, our hobby store here in Connecticut, Wethersfield, Connecticut. It's about 15 minutes south of Hartford. We're open from Wednesday to Saturday, 11 to 6 p.m. Obviously, unfortunately, due to our current situation, we're not open, but we can always make individual appointments. Or you could always send an email to both me and or Lou. We always have stock available, and we can get it out to you right away. Okay, so let's go into some tips and tricks. Tips and tricks. I swear, you guys, I'm not drunk. Alrighty. So, fancy speaker must require fancy tools, right? Well, let's find out. We need strippers, we need tweezers, we need a soldering iron. Okay, so far so good, nothing unusual. We need flux. Okay, maybe a little bit exotic for some folks. We need some heat conductive tape, capped on tape. Or you could use electrical tape, but generally not recommended, simply because electrical tape is heat insulating, so it traps the heat into the decoder, versus the capped on is heat radiative, so it allows heat to dissipate. You do need electronic solder. Please don't use plumber solder. No good things will come out of it. Don't ask me how I know. You need Walther's glue just to have on hand, and then probably heat shrink. So really, nothing too out of the ordinary. These are most for those people who do routine decoder installation. This is pretty much normal stuff you would probably already have on your workbench. So, tip number one: plan out where everything will go. Take the time to fit the capacitors, the speakers, and all the hardware before you start any cutting, snipping, stripping, soldering. There's nothing more frustrating than finding out you snipped a piece of wire too damn short, and now you have to make multiple daisy chains just to get back to length. Do ask me how I know. Tin everything. Flex is your best friend in this application. You only need to go a little bit, and you don't have to go too crazy. So a little dab will do you. But here's a little tip and trick that I learned from working in aerospace. Clean off the excess flux that's left behind with some alcohol. Flux is an acid. The way it works is that when you heat it up, the acid becomes active and it starts to eat away any layer of oxidation on the piece you're about to work with, and that allows solder to bond and adhere to it. But over time, as you kind of can see in this picture, it will corrode if you don't clean it off, and it'll eat away at your connection, which nobody wants. Granted, it does take a while, but it's one of those things where a 30-second job will give you a lifetime of success. It's well worth it. Another little trick that I learned is dealing with insulation on the wire. Strip only a teeny tiny bit at the tip with the wire strippers. So you kind of can see in this photo, there's a number 11 blade just for reference. That's how much I stripped off. Literally just a teeny tiny tip. When I use the heat from the soldering iron to tin the wire, it will naturally melt the insulation back, leaving you with the perfect length almost every single time. So when it's all said and done, you have this nice, beautiful solder with no wires or exposed wires from insulation melting as it peels back. Tinning of it, of course, helps, but just because you have such a short length, you have more room to work with. Okay, let's take a look at some examples. In this particular one, this is an Atlas Trainman RS32. Now you kind of can see there's the iPhone 4 speakers, there's the decoder. In this particular locomotive, this is a chopped nose edition. As you can see with the weights, there's just no room whatsoever in this locomotive. Sure, you could probably use a tiny sugar cube in this little well, but in reality, this height isn't really all that much. So most of the time, what you end up doing is unscrewing these two screws and pulling off this weight, and then using this space that was formerly occupied by weight. That's where you drop the speaker. But with the iPhone 4 speakers, I was able, because of the thin profiles, literally just plop it on top of the decoder, strap it down with some caps on tape, and off you go you're off to the races. Best part is, because the sound is coming right out where the prime mover would naturally sit, it sounds like the prime mover is actually producing power and driving the locomotive. Okay, in this Proto 2000s, they are notorious for having a ton of weight in their locomotives. Great for pulling, pain in the butt for installation of decoders. But in this particular case, the SD60 has this little well for where the dynamic brake fan normally sits. Well, using the thin nature and the stout nature, I was able to put it in this well as an added bonus. Because it's located right at the grill, the sound is coming right out and right into the ambient atmosphere, so it doesn't sound so muffled. Okay, for this particular one, the Atlas Classic RS11. In this particular case, there was no space in either the aft long hood or in the right over the motors, because the way the decoder sat pretty high up. So, but there was plenty of space in this high short hood, but I didn't have the length. So in this particular case, I used the iPhone 4, but I cut it down and then sealed off the back end with a piece of styrene. and then just had the speaker point out into the cab. You can't see it on this side, but on the opposite side, the window was cut open for this particular model, so the sound was able to naturally radiate out. Plus, it was also able to radiate out of the truck. Um, does it sound weird because of the location? A little bit, but really, you wouldn't be able to notice it for the most part. Okay, so everything I've described has been fairly large locomotives. Here's an example where I'm using it in a 44 tonner, a tiny little locomotive. Um, in this particular application, right? Again, really want to take the time to plan things out. Um, and you can see how what's the benefit of that. Everything is nice, compact, and everything's all tucked in neatly. The thing about 44 tonners, quick side note, you have to use the single motor version. The dual motor version, unfortunately, has a tendency to catch on fire, and that's never a good thing. So yeah, you have to use a single motor. And the other benefit of the single motor too is that it sits lower in the chassis, so you have more room to work with versus the dual motor. It pretty much rides up all the way to the hood of the shell. For our demo tonight, we have a fleet of 44 tonners that of various speakers, and we will demonstrate that using those locomotives. Everything I've talked so far has been DCC locomotives. However, with the advent of microelectronics and miniature electronics, we can and microprocessors, we actually could do many other projects other than um, locomotives. So in this particular example, this is an O scale, um, an old school globe model of a steam calliope used in typically found around circuses. Well, when I was asked to have this built by a fellow club member, I decided, you know what, it would sound pretty cool if we could actually make it play music and whatnot. So I went online and actually found this tiny little MP3 player, and it's all it is it's an MP3 player, and it's running it off of a micro SD card. Um, and then there's the prongs where I connect the battery. But using because it's all open, I was able to use the slim nature of the iPhone 4 speakers to pop it in, and then with the shell over the chassis, it hides it really well. I mean, you can kind of see it right there. There's a little bit peeking through, but for the most part, it's well hidden. And the battery just tucks underneath, and with I disguise it as if it's like an undercarriage storage compartment. You almost couldn't tell that this thing was actually just a plastic model, and it does comes to life. And the kids love it when they come to see us at the Springfield Train Show, and they can hear the steam calliope start to play music. Next up, how to make this thing animated so the pipes look like they're playing music. Okay, so in summary, cell phone speakers are a great alternative for model railroad sound, and it doesn't always have to be DCC locomotives. It could be any sound applications, like, for example, that steam calliope. Another great example is that a model railroad club up in northern Massachusetts started to putting these tiny speakers, these iPhone speakers, into like the roofs of the rolling mill because they have a steel mill scene. So when you're standing in that particular area of the layout, the cacophony of a steel mill, it really does add to the ambience, and it feels like you're actually standing in the midst of the plant. Um, yes. So cell phone speakers are small and compact. You can get into very many interesting installation and applications. It does cover the whole human auditory range, so it gives you nice, clear, high fidelity sound. There's no need to engineer an enclosure. Very economical when you compare it to other speakers manufactured specifically for the hobby. So if anyone is interested, like I said, please send us an email. Those are our email addresses. We can purchase speakers, or if you have any other questions too, you can always email that to us after this presentation. And most importantly, I want to wish everyone happy Rails and happy modeling. So with that, we're going to start setup for the live demo. I'll start taking any questions in the time being.
Alrighty, Kelly, we have on the first one is there an issue with the impedance mismatch and power output between the DCC decoder and the speaker?
Only when you have 100 ohm speakers. So the ESU, the old ESU decoders, the 3.5 series or the version 3 series, they all required 100 ohms. So in this particular application, because these cell phone speakers are all 8 ohms, it won't work. But other than that, any modern decoders that uses 4 or 8 ohms or even 32 ohms, the 8 ohms is fine.
Um, have you ever tried using a notebook speaker?
Uh, we've tried one. Um, I don't remember the output of it. Typically, notebook speakers tend to be a little bit larger than cell phone speakers, so that's generally the main reason why we haven't used it too frequently. In O scale, they work great, or even S scale, they work great. But as far as HO and even N scale, they're just a little bit on the larger side.
All right. What are the options for N scale?
Right now, N scale is a tough market. The iPhone 4s could fit into some of the CAL units, so like the E units, F units. But as far as N scale GE or hood units, it's a tough challenge. I'm hoping that in the near future, as like I said, the smartwatch or hood engine is.
Let's see. What if the decoder puts out 2 watts, but the speaker is rated for 1 watt?
Yeah, don't. Yes, don't turn it up. So what we found is that a lot of times the newer generation of decoders that are advertised for 2 watts are actually putting out more than 2 watts. So right now there's two solutions. One, you can wire multiple speakers in series, so you have 16 watts, or I mean 16 ohms, which will help absorb some of that energy. The other alternative is if you can't fit into two speakers, it's just simply not turn it at max power, maybe at like 60%. That'll help.
All right. So, Kaylee, Lionel
Jordan.
Strang has asked, could you repeat the part just after you have said, "Hi, I'm Kaylee"?
Okay, let's go back to the top. Lionel, I'll give you a private showing.
How much power does it use for dead rail applications?
The speaker itself doesn't take power. It's really dependent upon the decoder. So I actually did an installation for Jim Lincoln, and he's, as those who may know, he's doing Proto 48, so O scale, and he's using pretty much dead rail technology. I installed the battery pack, and using the Lux Sound large decoder, I think he said he was able to get 2 days of moderate usage, or basically enough to.
Um, so, Tom Gazer asked, can you just attach an iPhone speaker to the top of the decoder?
In terms of placement.
Yes, I believe that is what he is referring to.
Okay, yeah, there's no problem. I generally try to avoid pointing the magnet portion of the speaker over the processor just to kind of give some separation. But for the most part, I've done that many times in many installation and never had an issue with it.
All right. So you said you have a demonstration for us?
Yep. Okay. So I am gonna first show you. I forgot to show this earlier.
All right.
Oh. Okay, so here we have a minor technical difficulty, folks. Bear with me 1 second. Let me get our camera set back up.
When using two cell phone speakers, do you wire in series or in parallel?
You could do either. The important thing to make sure that you don't wire it so that it exceeds the limitations of the decoder. Meaning, if your decoder is only rated for 8 ohms, don't wire it in series in parallel, because it halves it and makes it only 4 ohms.
How much do each speakers weigh?
Next, nothing.
Okay. I've also heard speakers with a passive radiator give better bass sound in smaller speakers, and I see AESU sells them. How do cell phone speakers compare?
That's a good question. I haven't had too much experience with the with using the capacitive type speakers. So it's possible that they may be better. I don't know. That's a good question.
All right. Um, so what?
Have a very distinct peak, because it's pretty much only a single source of sound, the prime mover. You get some ancillary sounds, um, but for the most part, it's all predominantly peaked at one location. Steam locomotives tend to be kind of all over the place, so they tend to have more an even sound profile. Naturally, I think with the chuffs, you're going to get more of the bass end, but you have the hiss of the steam cocks, so you get some of the high ends as well. So it's an interesting blend. Steam locomotives. I wasn't able to find a commercially available curve, so that's why I don't have a graph for steam locomotives. But if I were to imagine it, I think it would be kind of almost all over the frequency spectrum.
Will you eventually have a Steam installation clinic?
Um, yeah, I've done a couple, so yes, possibly. This is the future goal, is to kind of revise it with new installations as I come across. But yeah, I will definitely try to include Steam in the future. Okay. Any more questions?
Um, Not that I see, so we can go on to your demonstration. We have about 15 minutes left.
Perfect. Okay. So what you kind of can see here, and I meant to show this earlier, is a cutout board of all the different speakers options that we have. As you can see, the iPhone 4 is kind of the common ubiquitous one, and then there's the iPhone 5s you saw, the different variants of 5. And then also the different cut orientations you can do with it. Like I said, generally I try not to cut more than over half of this overall length. Anything beyond that, I find that you can hear the difference, but for the most part, you really don't hear too much of a difference as long as you stay within half of overall length. You can see the different. This is the iPhone 6s, the 6 Plus, standard 6. There's the 7 Plus, and I thought we had a regular 7, but it appears not. So this is just the different options that we have in stock. We also, like I said, have a couple of Android versions that we didn't have time to mount on this board. So just like you said, if you're interested in buying any, most of them fall in that the iPhone 4s, I think, are selling $2. Some of the newer generation 10 is 3, simply because it's newer. The repair parts haven't saturated the market, but for the most part, $2 to $3 is typical for these speakers. Okay,
All right.
so we're gonna
And
switch over. Go ahead, Jordan.
we do have one more question while you
Okay,
do your switch over.
okay.
And it is speakers with one watt, are they enough for decoders with two outputs?
Sorry, could you repeat the question again?
It's speakers with one output with 1 watt, are they enough for decoders with two outputs?
Um, Typically, I have not seen the output, a dual output. The only one that has a dual output is BLI decoders. They are the only true stereo um, decoders. Most decoders nowadays are only are single or mono channeled, so I don't think there's an issue. But I think if you were to take a dual output decoder like a BLI and wire it into a single speaker, it may not be able to handle the wattage. I think that's the bigger concern.
Okay. And one of the other questions we have is when and you may be able to show a picture later on, but where would you cut an iPhone 4 speaker? I'm going to assume it depends on what type of locomotive you're going to put it into.
Yeah, it really does depend a little bit on application. Typically, I literally just take the length of it and just chop it down to the back end and keep the rounded side. If we go back to our board for a second. Okay, let me get it in focus here. Okay. Here we go. In this particular example, this is typically how I usually cut it. Is you see this overall shape, you see the overall shape of the one up here, right? I usually just chop it off at the end and then seal it with a piece of styrene. But occasionally, sometimes you have the length, but you don't necessarily have the width. You could just cut off this little lob on the back end right here, and then seal it with a piece of styrene.
All right. So
Okay.
we do have about 5 minutes left.
Okay. So let's go into the live demo.
All right.
All right. First things first, we're gonna fire up the 44 tonner with a um, a, a regular Soundtracks speaker. Now, the key thing about this demo of these demo locomotives is that all of them have been factory installed, and that's it. There's no change in EQ. There's no change in volume. Literally, we wired them up, wired up the decoders, wired up the speakers, and we just plopped it on the track. So this one you're going to hear is a Soundtracks half-inch round speaker. So we're going to ring the bell. Now you're going to hear the horn. Okay, not bad. I mean, you got down in a 44 tonner. That's pretty awesome. So now we're going to demonstrate the full iPhone speakers, iPhone 4. You can hear the bell. Now the horn. And now going back to the Soundtracks half-inch round speakers for comparison. Okay, we're going to ring the bell. And then the horn. Okay. Going back to the iPhone 4, we took the shell off. You kind of could see what's going on the inside. Again, that proper planning really goes a long way in helping out and being able to fit the decoder. The decoder for this particular locomotive is using the old Tsunami ones, the 750 series. And that's how we were able to kind of get it fit. So again, powering it on. So you can hear quite a difference. Here's the bell, the horn. Now the bell. Okay. Question. What does a cut iPhone 4 speakers? So this particular one, we cut about 2/3. About a third. So we cut off about a third on the back end. Okay. Now the bell. And the horn. So you probably can. I'm not sure how well it's going to come over the audio setup, but as you can imagine, it's not quite as noticeable. Not quite as good, but not nearly as noticeable as one might think. So going back to the full iPhone for a second. Okay, now the cut iPhone. A little bit more on the higher end, but overall not too noticeable. So now we're going to use and demonstrate the TCS Sugar Cube speaker. And overall, not too bad. Very comparable to the full iPhone speakers. But again, looking at the cost versus benefit, as a reminder, the TCS one was almost $14 MSRP versus $2 for the iPhone 4 speakers. All right, so we've loaded on a couple more other examples. This is using the ESU build-up kit Sugar Cube speakers. Again, better than the soundtracks, but not quite as good as the TCS, and certainly not quite as good as the iPhone 4 speakers. So this one is actually using a different cell phone brand. This is a Huawei, which is a Chinese brand of speakers. You may have heard of it from the news due to a bunch of issues with our government and the company. But this is using a Huawei speaker. Pretty decent bass, but you kind of lose out on the clarity.
All right. So it looks like we're unfortunately hitting the wrapping up point, Kaylee.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Kaylee. Thank you for your wonderful clinic on speakers. I have learned a lot personally myself. And up next is Clark Kooning with Model Rating 101. Thank you, guys. We'll be on at 8, and we're going to have a nice time to get a drink and everything else.
G'day, Speed. I see you're at the bottom of the helix again.
I have a bit of an earthquake here, but yes.
Yeah, I saw the laptop was shaking before, and it looked like Speed was having here we go. Look, he's got the earthquake effect happening every time he uses the keyboard on the laptop. So I guess we'd like to welcome everybody to the live section. We're going to go now till midnight tonight Eastern Time, which has nothing to do with Australian time, because at the moment it's 11 p.m. on... I've lost count now. What day is it? It's Friday. It's Friday night. So it'll be Saturday shortly here in Australia. So I'll hand back in time, back to Speed, I guess.
Well, before you go, what's that little round thing on your shirt?
The little round, the AML logo and the one more day. Well, we'll talk about the one more day later on, but that's Lionel Strang's walk for the Princess Margaret Cancer Hospital, which I believe is coming up in very shortly. So everybody needs to keep their eye open and listen to the podcast. And Lionel will be off again on his little jaunt from, where'd he go, from Toronto to Barrie, or Barrie to Toronto?
Somewhere north.
Yeah, it's somewhere up there.
Ready?
I'm ready. We better get started. People are waiting. I see we've got a few here in the chat. Mark Stafford's there. Gary's there from lockdown Melbourne, so he's been chained down inside his house for the weekend, so he won't be able to go anywhere. So we should see him all night, I reckon. Dave Barrazza's there. There's quite a few in the chat. Andy Ambrose again. I've seen that name, I think, every day this week. So Andy's been burning the midnight oil there, I think, in the UK. But anyway, I'll hand it over to you, Speed. I think we've got someone waiting to talk about Arduinos.
Yes, sir. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. Our first presenter of the day has been a member of the Nutmeg Division all the way back 2013. Secretary of the Farmington Valley Railway Society, and a board member of the Canton Historical Museum. Retired training supervisor for Honeywell Fire Systems. He models in HO, and his home layout is undergoing some preliminary right-of-way leasing talks. Welcome, Mr. Jim Klein.
Well, thank you, Speed. Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. And I just want to let you know that I'm hearing two things going on at the same time, and I just muted the other Facebook. But anyway, hello and welcome. My name's Jim Klein, and in this clinic, we will discuss what it takes from a planning perspective to put our ideas to light something, to move something, or sense something on our layouts into a format that can be used to write the code for an Arduino. Then we'll look at how the code for a traffic light would be written in Arduino code. Whether you are planning on writing programs, sketches in Arduino speak, or merely want to learn how to describe what you want an Arduino to do, this clinic is for you. No prior programming experience is required, so put your calculators away. We're going to be using a traffic light as an example to illustrate how to organize workflow, such that our programming effort will be as efficient as possible. The traffic light example will provide us with basic instructions that can be used on a layout, such as controlling crossing signals, operating turnouts, acting on inputs from an occupancy detector, for instance, and even activating signal mass, etc. The possibilities are endless. Pictured is the Arduino Uno. And for your first time, I strongly recommend that you begin with the Uno. Later, you can explore the other versions, but get your feet wet with the Uno first. Most of the tutorials and YouTube videos that are available feature the Uno. You can get bogged down in trying to figure out how to modify the Uno code to make the example work on a non-Uno Arduino. The Uno was designed so that it could be easily reused for successive experimental projects. The connection strips on each side of the Arduino PC board are female headers that accept male jumpers to connect to external circuitry such as LEDs, lights, switches, potentiometers, etc. Additionally, there are breakout boards called shields that are designed to mate with the female headers that can control motors, servos, and the like. There are many examples of code that are included automatically in the free software download for programming an Arduino. They provide you a proven sketch for experimenting with an Arduino. One of the sketches is called Blink, which is a very basic sketch that will blink an onboard LED on the Arduino. A very handy sketch that will prove that your Arduino is operating and is able to accept the download. No wiring needed other than a USB cable that connects between your computer and the Arduino. I use the blank sketch when I get a new board, much the same way you would check a new calculator by adding 2 plus 2 and checking the result for 4. Often a new programmer we'll just jump in and start pounding out code. While enthusiasm is commendable, it helps to know the basics first. It's not impossible to start programming immediately, but it can become very frustrating, time-consuming, and ultimately the finished product will look like a plate of spaghetti. Spaghetti code is a pejorative term used by those that code for a living. Consider the individual spaghettis. They twist and turn and travel willy-nilly all over the plate. There is nothing regimented or orderly about them. Code is a very sequence-driven animal. Code in general is a top-down, organized sequence of instructions to achieve a particular outcome. The more complex the job or functions the code performs, the more prone it is to becoming spaghetti code. And spaghetti tends to become unstable very easily. Can you say blue screen of death, Microsoft? Storyboarding has been used effectively for a very long time for plays, movies, cartoons, processes, and programs. Essentially, what one does using storyboarding is describe in logical sequence what is supposed to happen. We will be doing just that today, but before developing code, let's look at a fundamental aspect of Arduinos and all other computing devices. Microcontrollers, computers, etc. are very myopic. Some of you might recognize this cartoon character. This individual was very nearsighted and could barely see beyond the end of his nose. In much the same way, computers are identical. They only concentrate on what is before them and will continue with a single-minded purpose until instructed to do something different. Trivia question. What actor provided the voice for Mr. Magoo, and what famous television sitcom did that actor star in? To illustrate the point of computer myopia, consider a DCC-equipped locomotive. Using your throttle, you start up your train and get it up to speed on the main line. You then disconnect the throttle, walk down the layout, and reconnect the throttle to a new interconnect panel. What happened to your train while the throttle was disconnected? Nothing. The locomotive kept moving using the last setting it received from you via the throttle. It would have continued to run at that setting until it met an obstacle, derailed, or some other bad event intervened. The point is the decoder, in this case microcontroller inside the decoder, installed in the locomotive will faithfully continue to execute its last instruction until told to do something else. Understanding that fact will help you to write code in logical fashion, or if you're not going to write the actual program, be able to present to your programmer a specification that clearly defines what you want to happen. To do that, a human readable format was developed known as pseudocode. Pseudocode is similar to storyboarding. This allows anyone, programmer and non-programmer alike, to write a logically sequenced specification that can be used as a guideline for what the final program should do. There are three basic tenets to pseudocode as shown here. Let's say that you are going to have someone write the final code for you. That would be your target audience. However, if you plan to write the code yourself, then obviously you are the target audience. Note, this first step is where things can derail very quickly. Don't skimp on this or take shortcuts just because you already know what you want to have happen. Next, by maintaining a logical sequence and being consistent in how you name things, that satisfies the second bullet. Finally, the most important step is to make certain that you have defined the entire process and left nothing out. We all know that famous line uttered by a boss or a salesman partway into a project that upsets everything and goes something like this. Wouldn't it be neat if? Or the other classic that my wife seems to prefer when talking about the honey-do list, all you have to do is. Before I wised up, I would say to her, well, if it's that easy, why don't you do it? I don't say that anymore. Consider a traffic signal protecting and regulating traffic flow at the intersection of two streets. Not much to it. We've all seen one and know exactly how it operates. But hey, shouldn't we be talking about something a little bit more complex? We could, but as you'll see, the traffic light has a higher level of complexity than it appears. The first requirement to writing code is to know what the sequence of operation is supposed to be. So to help keep things organized, I'll use a spreadsheet laying out the sequence of the green, yellow, and red light activations of the traffic signal. Part of the design process includes what pins on the Arduino will be assigned to the lights. We will not assign them at this point, but we have made a decision that the lamps on the opposite side of the traffic light will be in parallel with those on the front. In that way, the same light pattern will be on the South Street face as on the North Street face. Same goes for the East and West Street faces. Knowing how many pins you will need is very important when choosing a type of Arduino that you use. The Arduino family has several types, and they don't all have the same pinouts. If the design called for independent control of each of the 4 faces, the spreadsheet could be expanded to include the additional faces. The design might also include turn-only arrows as well for each of the 4 streets. Wow, we've barely even started, and the potential complexity level just rose significantly. As you study the spreadsheet, notice at step 1 that it begins with the North and South streets having a green light. Let me get my laser pointer here. Traffic is allowed to flow on the North and South streets. What about the East and West streets? Well, it's obvious choice. It's going to have to be a red light for the East and West streets. The same applies when the North-South street turns yellow. East-West streets got to have a red light as well. But when the North-South street turns red, then the East-West street can turn green. And then the East-West street will be green for a while. It turns to yellow, and the North-South street obviously would still have a red signal. So that's one part of the sequence of operations for the traffic light. The other is putting in the amounts of time that we want to have the delay between one signal turning on, then turning off and transferring over to another signal. In this case, we need to assign a delay time. I'm going to compress a little bit. We'll have 10 seconds for the green to yellow transition, and then 3 seconds for yellow to red, and then repeating. So now we have a complete sequence of the traffic light. But that's not how today's traffic signals operate. Today's traffic signals operate on what is known as a delay green, such that when a previously active traffic flow is halted by a red traffic light, the cross traffic light will not immediately turn green, but hold the red light on for a short period of time. That way, you prevent crashes, supposedly, for people trying to beat the light. As before, we need to develop the sequence of operation to add this feature to the program. So as you see, the sequence of operation now would be complete, where we have a delay green format. And now it's time for us to assign these pins associated with the various LEDs. This is an important step for a number of reasons, but when making a schematic, it is helpful to follow a recognizable format. The top-down order of the red, yellow, and green LEDs are in the same order as seen on an actual traffic light. It makes it easier to read the schematic. The Arduino will be supplying power to the LED pairs, and the drawing remains uncluttered by wiring the pins one after the other and not crossing any lines. One other thing to note is these labels here for the wiring to the individual pairs of LEDs. And notice how this drawing is nice and clean. The wires to the various LEDs go straight across, no crossovers. So we used a schematic of the Arduino to identify the 6 Arduino pins that will control the on-off conditions for each of the lights. We also labeled each of the pins to help us remember what each pin is controlling. The letters R, Y, and G are used to indicate the color of the light or the LED, plus a prefix of NS or EW, which yields an easily identifiable label. For example, NSR is the pin that activates the red light on the north and south faces. A little later, you will see how convenient good labels are in good code writing in a code writing effort. Note, the Arduino can only power a limited amount of devices. Excuse me. For this project, there were only 2 sets of LEDs on at any one time, and that will not tax the Arduino's ability to power them. If, however, we were planning on activating a high power device, for example, a 12-volt automotive bulb that draws several amps, the Arduino wouldn't be able to handle that amount of power directly. However, you could install an interfacing, an interfacing circuit, such as a small transfer relay, that will then use the power handling ability of its mechanical switch to activate the lamp directly from a separate power supply from the Arduino. So we just listed in great detail here the sequence of operations needed for a traffic light. And in written format, here is that Arduino code juxtapositioned against the spreadsheet. And as you can see, if you follow top down for the pseudocode, you're going to start with all the LEDs off. We want to know where we're starting from, so we want to have a preset condition. And then we start with, we're going to turn the north-south green LED on and the east-west red on. We're then going to delay 10 seconds, north-south green off. We got to turn remember, it's myopic. We have to tell it that we no longer want the green on, we want something else on, in this case the yellow, and so on and so forth as you develop. That's the entire code for a delayed green traffic light. Now, you're taking a look at it and you're saying, well, I've got instructions one after the other, so there might be a little bit of a lag. Well, understand the fact that with an Arduino, as all microcontrollers, et cetera, today, they are operating so quickly, they're able to execute several thousand instructions per second. You're not even going to see any kind of a flicker or anything like that. So at this point, you could take that pseudocode and hand it off to a programmer along with the schematic, and you could say, okay, write me the code, download it into the Arduino, and bring it back to me, and I'll set it up on the layout or wherever I plan to use this particular sketch. So we could do that, or we could just go ahead and decide that maybe we ought to take a look and see how the code is developed from this point. So the thing here is that we're going to modify a little bit, and I say, let's keep on going. The integrated development environment. Before writing code, we need a place to put it. The IDE is where all the information lives regarding the sketch. Its job is to organize the attributes and instructions that make up the component parts of the sketch. It uses a text editor program similar to Windows Notepad, and has some helpful features that will be discussed as we use them today. For starters, when a new sketch is opened, a practically empty work area appears, as you see here. There are 2 basic sections of the IDE, a setup area where certain properties that need defined and preset are placed, and the loop area where the sketch instructions are placed. And the loop area is where the code continuously runs. We have been working on the pseudocode of our sketch for about the past 15 minutes or so, and we will place that code in the loop area in a slightly different format. Note that the function of each section is displayed using the comments feature of the IDE. Anything that starts off with 2 forward slashes is deemed a comment by the IDE. And even though we will be writing code in here, when the IDE goes to create the actual code that's going to get downloaded to the Arduino, it will ignore those comments. Before we start converting the pseudocode into a sketch, there is a certain amount of preliminary setup work that needs to be done. We discussed the 6 pins that the Arduino will be using to illuminate the 6 different LEDs on the traffic light. I know that there are actually 12 LEDs, but the 6 pins are activating pairs of LEDs. Earlier, we indicated that it was important to provide an easily recognizable label that can be used to identify the 6 pin numbers on the Arduino, rather than trying to remember actual pin numbers. In addition, the 6 pins need to be designated as output pins. If it wasn't made clear before, the Arduino's pins can perform multiple functions, but not simultaneously. For now, we'll just discuss 2 of those functions, and they are input or output. The only way the Arduino knows the function of a given pin, input or output, is when it is properly identified within the sketch. The side-by-side comparison of pin connections to the UNO and the IDE code that assigns the number of the Arduino pin to a text descriptor. We're going to use that later. So right here, for instance, line number 2, we have defined NSR as being equivalent to 12. That's pin 12. North-south red is 12. North-south yellow is 11. North-south green is 10, so on and so forth. So we've just told the sketch right here that we're making these assignments to those labels, or vice versa. The next thing we need to do is to assign a mode for each pin. All the pins are outputs, so we enter that information in one line at a time. And as you can see here, down here in the setup area, we've assigned pin mode to north-south red, which is the equivalent of pin 12. We're saying that that's going to be an output. And we did the same all the way down through the remaining 5. And take notice here, all these pin mode descriptors here were red, or are red, except for this guy right here, this last one for east, west, green. It's blacked out. The reason why is I typed it in incorrectly by not capitalizing the letter M. This is one of the features that I was talking about of the IDE that helps keep you out of trouble. Not all trouble, but a lot of it. When the Arduino first powers up, there is a remote possibility that the status of the output pins may be unknown. So prior to running the main code, a preset instruction is performed in the setup area so that we preset the exact state of each pin at startup. So we've expanded a little bit here. We're now broadening what's happening in the code, and we're saying, look, I want to write digitally. I want to set that pin to a low. Remember, we have the anodes of the LEDs connected to the pin of the Arduino. When that pin goes high, there's 5 volts on it, and the LEDs will light. If that pin is low or 0 volts, it won't light. So for each one of the 6 pins, we have said in the beginning part of the code here, I want all outputs to be off. Sort of like an insurance policy. So now we have the completed loop function next to the pseudocode. I've taken and written all the different things that we have been talking about as far as the traffic light code, and we've put it in a format that the Arduino can recognize. So we'll start off here at the north-south green. We're going to write to that pin. We're going to make it high. Remember, we're starting the program now. This is where the traffic light is going to function. We also have to turn the east-west right on. The east-west red on. See that 3 times without drinking a beer. Then we're going to delay for 10,000 milliseconds. A millisecond is a thousandth of a second, so 10,000 of them yields 10 seconds. After that delay period is over, we're then going to turn the north-south green to low. We're going to turn it off, and we're going to turn on the north-south yellow. We don't have to do anything about the east-west red because we've already told it to turn on. So as you go down through, it's the same format all the way through. Once the program reaches this point here, down at line 46, it just flips back up and it starts all over again. and just keeps on executing until you turn the power off. So now this is the entire sketch needed to operate the traffic light. You've got the setup area and you have the main code. At this point, you could actually compile this code, and by compile I mean the IDE will take this code that you laid out here on the IDE, and it will place it into a format that the Arduino can understand, and then you download it to the Arduino, and that program now is resident in the Arduino. You hook up the LEDs to the 6 pins, and you should have a traffic light scenario running for you. So now that we have a basic traffic signal, what would it take to add a pedestrian button that will stop the flow of traffic in both directions and light a light to let the pedestrian know that the system has been paused for a preset amount of time and it's safe to walk across the street? You got to be careful about this one, because care must be taken as to where and how we write the code so that we do not inadvertently change the traffic pattern when the button is pushed. The traffic flow sequence can't abruptly change and call the street that has traffic flow change from green to instantaneous red. The code design must allow the normal sequence to proceed until it arrives at the delayed green section, and then it can hold traffic for an additional amount of time for the pedestrian to safely cross. So we need to add some things. We're going to have to add a momentary push button switch for the pedestrian to activate in order to pause the traffic flow sequence, and a light to indicate that the traffic light sequence has been paused. As before, the pins to be used on the Arduino as before, pick the pins to be used on the Arduino and assign a label to each. The project is growing, and 8 pins of the Arduino are now used. To activate the new LED, the digital write command is used as before. However, the pedestrian button is something else. The code needs to know when it has changed state. The button is a normally open button with a resistor connected to 5 volts. The resistor is there. It's called a pull-up resistor, and it's there such that whenever the button is not pushed, we always have a high value or 5 volts on that pin. I've expanded or carved out a small area of the schematic to make it easier to see. As before, the pins and their labels will need to be identified in the IDE. Obviously, there are parts of code missing here, but hopefully you know where to place this new code in the sketch. I didn't explain earlier about the curly braces. As seen in the setup area, the code contained between these serial braces, the code contained between these curly braces defines and encapsulates that area. Now, it's not uncommon to find curly braces inside of curly braces, and we'll talk about that in just a couple of minutes. In order to know when the button is pushed, we need to read pin 6 and determine its state, whether or not it's high or low. To do that, we will use a function that resembles another function we used earlier, digital read. Looks almost identical to digital write, doesn't it? Another important point is that you may have noticed the use of semicolons after each line of code. That's important because that tells the compiler when that line of code is finished before proceeding to the next code and next line of code. We got to talk about a couple more concepts. As you see here, a variable is nothing more than a container. This, for instance, in your decoders, we have CVs. Those are variables. V stands for variable in CV, and you place a numeric value into that in order to achieve whatever that particular CV controls. Same here with the Arduino. Now, variables can be of different types. we're going to be concentrating on integers, whole numbers, and we're going to be using integer variables. Another important point when you're looking at writing code, and that is a single equal sign assigns a value. The variable on the left side of the equal sign will be assigned the integer value 15. The variable a will then contain the value 15 until a different value is assigned to it or power is removed. A double equal sign is used to evaluate or test. We can read the state of the pin attached to the push button, but where do we put the code? We could place the code to read the button after or before each delay. However, it is highly unlikely that the pedestrian will push the button at that exact instant. There should be a way that the program continuously checks to see if the button has been pushed. Actually, there is more than one way, but we will use a basic repeating loop structure known as a for loop to perform that task. Using a for loop allows the sketch to constantly check the status of the button approximately every 50 milliseconds. Different delays can be used other than 50. The for loop runs in place, so to speak. It works by making successive passes, and another way to think of it is as a step counter that increments by 1 on each pass. The for loop starts by setting the variable little I, or small lowercase I, to 0. Next, the sketch performs the instructions contained within the curly braces. When the delay time reaches 50 milliseconds, the for loop repeats the process by adding a 1 to the variable I, and then checks to see if the variable I is greater than 200. As long as the variable I value is less than 200, the instruction contained within the curly braces will be executed. This set of instructions, execute 200 times, has effectively generated a delay of approximately 10 seconds and was able to do work while the delay was delaying. This code can be substituted for the 10-second delay in the sketch. With a simple modification, the other two delays for 2 seconds and 3 seconds can also be done. Question: what needs to be changed in order to generate a 3-second delay and a 2-second delay? We check the button at each pass, but even if the button was pushed, we don't have a way to use that information. We need a container, a variable, to hold the information that the button has been pushed. The variable name will be an integer type called cross. I picked that. I designated that variable's name to be cross. When the sketch reads a low on the PED button, PEDBUT, the sketch will assign a value of 1 to the variable cross. The sketch can continue to read button activations. However, once the value has been loaded into the variable cross will always have the value of 1. Subsequent button activations will have no effect. There is a new statement being used called if. And by now you should be getting the hang of how to read these statements. The if statement operates by evaluating what is contained within the parenthesis. If it evaluates as true, then the statement or statements within the red curly braces are executed. If, on the other hand, it evaluates false, then the red curly braces are jumped over, and the next executed command will be the 50-second time delay. In order to reset for the next cycle, the sketch will need to clear the variable cross by placing a numeric value that is a non-1. This should be done in the area of the code that you will be modifying to implement a time delay for pedestrians to cross when both the north and south, east, west faces are red, which is during the delayed green cycle. In this case, I would suggest writing the code to place a 0 in cross once the code is active in the delayed green portion. So here's a code for halting the traffic light sequence for an additional period of time to allow a pedestrian to cross the street. Using the if control structure, the variable cross is evaluated, and if cross contains a non-zero value, which means that a button has been pushed, the code contained within the curly braces is executed. The actions taken by the sketch from that point are: turn the PED LED on, delay for 4 seconds, turn the PED LED off, and clear out the variable cross for the next button push. This new code will be placed in the delayed green section of the code. Keep in mind that there are 2 places in the sketch where delayed green is active. So here is a code with a 10-second delay replaced with a new code for loop. With a new code for loop that performs a delay function and also scans the pedestrian button for activations. Additionally, the code for the extra delay for the pedestrian to safely cross the street is included. Take notice that at the start of the main loop function, the new variables I and cross are declared as int or integer variables. By doing this, you don't need to place integer in front of each of them each time. You need to, whenever you're in a function, you need to identify the types of variables that you'll be using. If you don't declare them, then the compiler will return an error message to you that says, I don't recognize that. So you need to do some of this work up front. You can also do it up in the setup area, but that becomes a global variable, and that's a whole other discussion. So anyway, I'll leave it to you to complete the delay substitutions for the rest of the sketch. I didn't want to clutter up this code that you see here. I only put one instance of the delay for the button push, and then I put one instance of the actual area where you're going to execute and light the pedestrian light, and have the 4-second delay for the pedestrian to cross. Obviously, we have 3-second delays and another 10-second delay, etc., where this needs to be installed or substituted for those. So at this point, you should be getting the feeling that there is a theme here which says everything is a number. No matter the device or the content, everything is a number. The colors and images on your monitor right now, your smartphone messages and icons, everything reduces to and then is built up from a number. And because of that, we use these operator symbols or what have you, and we use them quite extensively in code. And it is important to be comfortable with their use. No pressure here. We're just going to do a quick and easy test. So making things easy to remember, we have a 1, 2, 3 ABC relationship. So let's see how your logic works here. So we're going to evaluate these true or false. Is A less than B? Is B less than C? Is C greater than A? If you answer true to all three, you are correct. Is B greater than A? Is A equal to B? B is greater than A, that's true. A is not equal to B, that's false. And if you were required to perform a little math here, with A equal to 1 and B equal to 2, what is the value of D? That would be 3. And now, what is the value of D if A and B are equal to 1 and 2 respectively, and C is equal to 3, then the value of D has to be 0. So how did you do during that? The previous examples, assessing a variable and how it compares to other variables, is the bread and butter of coding. It is not my intent to minimize the complexity of coding, but to illustrate that when broken down into basic component parts, creating code for an Arduino is not the Herculean task many people believe it to be. The saying, if you can describe it, you can code it, applies here, with certain limitations, of course. If you were able to follow along today, I would strongly suggest that you invest a few dollars in an Arduino and see what magic you can create. As you can see, I screenshot this a few days ago. I was putting this presentation together, and at the time, a genuine Arduino was $23 plus $900 to ship it, but that's a whole other story. You only need your computer, a breadboard for parts such as LEDs, switches, and the like, to connect the to the Arduino's female headers, and a USB cable to connect between your computer and the Arduino itself. Before closing, I would like to make an appeal that you give serious thought to presenting a clinic of your own, excuse me, at the division, region, or national level. If you are not a member of the NMRA, you can still give a clinic. And I want to thank you for your attention today. I hope you found this clinic informative. The links that you see here on the wrap-up screen, the Arduino, that's where you go to get information and to download the software for the Arduino. FVRS.club, that is the Farmington Valley Railway Society.club. We've got a 40 by 40 diorama there. Some of you have seen it already. And we have a freelance version behind the front diorama, which is for the museum itself. And you may find some interesting tutorials as well as product for Arduinos on adafruit.com. It's another good resource, I should say. So I'm going to wrap up today with a short video of the working traffic light using LEDs, but not discrete LEDs that we just wrote a sketch for. These are very special LEDs known as NeoPixels, and they are wired in series, and only one pin is needed from the Arduino to operate them. The program flow is the same as the sketch that we just wrote, but the activation of the LEDs takes a different form than the pin mode command that we've been using. If you would like to learn more about NeoPixels and how they work, join me tonight at 8 p.m. for the NeoPixel Clinic. FYI, NeoPixels can be installed in signal mast and interfaced with JMRI. Again, thank you.
Jim, can you see the video?
All right, let me get rid of my one screen here. Where did you go?
If you can see the video, you need to talk to it.
Pardon me?
You need to talk to the video. The sound is not going through to the cloud.
You mean that whole thing? Nothing happened?
Your voice was not there.
Oh my goodness.
You can click rewind and do it again.
Oh, you mean for the video? My presentation was okay?
Yes, you played a video, but nobody could hear anything. We're still live, so
Oh.
don't worry about it. They can hear us talk.
Oh, okay.
So just play the video again and then just tell us in your own voice what's happening.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Okay. All righty. Okay, what you're seeing here is a traffic light demonstration that uses NeoPixels as opposed to discrete LEDs.
Jim, you need
and the controller is not an Arduino. It is a small Adafruit Arduino family type of controller. It's got a limited pin out, but it fits into a 1-inch square package. And
Jim,
there's a push button, as you can see. There's also a switch that I can demonstrate, that I use to demonstrate the difference between delayed green versus a normal type of traffic signal sequence. And there's only 3 wires that drive that traffic signal mast, plus or minus 5 volts, plus
they say no,
the
they
data
did not hear it
signal that
on.
comes in. That little thing that I just pushed there, the blue light, that's a little 5-volt power pack. So that's how I set up a traffic signal to be operated or to demonstrate the code, but it uses neopixels. And by the way, those neopixels can be put in signal masts, etc., using JMRI as the code source. Okay. We still good?
We're good. Let's go to the questions.
All right. Now I can't hear.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, and I'm getting 2. There's a delay.
You have to stop Facebook or YouTube. For
That
those
worked.
for those people who want to give a clinic, that's requirement number 1. You cannot watch yourself. Only tomorrow. First question: who voiced Mr. Magoo?
Oh, for me?
Yeah, so the people would
know.
know
Okay,
their
I thought
rights.
people had. That was Jim Backus.
Cool. You got to feel right in the chat.
Yeah.
I noticed some colors in the IDE. Why are those things different colors?
Well, the different colors indicate to you that you are inputting the correct format that the IDE is looking for. For instance, when I did pin mode and I had the M for pin mode not capitalized, it had straight black. And when I put the or typed in the M correctly with a cap, then it turned red, indicating that it was a correct format understood by the IDE.
So when you created those pseudocode things to give to a developer, do you tell him if turnout number 2 is thrown or the route is diverging and the block is not occupied? Do you put it in that kind of words?
Well, you can. The trick is to be able to make it whenever you're giving code to a programmer like that, you want to be able to make sure that that person also understands what it is that you're referring to. So you do have to have some upfront understanding as to the commonality of what it is that you're trying to express.
So I've seen some diagrams that has like circles and arrows, and I think they call them state diagrams. Could that be a tool to help pseudocode or?
Yes, I toyed with the idea of using a flow chart, using those types of decision trees and things like that. However, it's a lot easier to describe something in a format such as this, a 45, 50-minute format, as opposed to going through all the different explanations as to what a particular symbol would mean. For instance, a baseball diamond or what have you as a decision. Yes, no, true, false, etc.
And then the last question, someone commented, this looks a lot like C code.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So if you go on up and Google Arduino code or what have you, you'll see that it's a basic C++ code.
Roger. Well, that's the end of the questions. But so if you want to tell something more, we have 5 more minutes.
Well, maybe my my timings were off a little bit because I thought I was at the 47-minute mark when I practiced. But no, I really don't have anything more other than to say if anyone is interested and you're in the Canton, Collinsville area of Connecticut, we would be more than happy to entertain you for the day or for a couple hours, whatever. Bring your throttle over and you can run our layout. We've got, as I said, a 40 by 40 foot room, and there's a a lot of rolling stock on it and a lot to do. And we're working on doing it operations. We're in the process of putting that together, which is I'm having fun doing.
Cool. Thank you very, very much. We're looking forward to the next one later today. So don't go too far away.
All right, I'll turn
Yep.
Facebook off next time, but I wasn't watching it.
I'll have to stay up for that one, I think. It's going to be a late night, I think, in Australia, or a very early morning by the sounds of things. But I've managed to fix the wheel of chat again, because Gordy tends to break it every evening that he tries to run it. So shall we give it a spin and see what subject matter comes up for the people in the chat to talk about while we get the next guest into the studio?
Yes, please.
Okay. How many locos do you have? So, here we go. This is going to tell whether the wives are watching or not. How many locos do you have? I can see most of them are going to be single-digit numbers are going to come up here. Anyhow, we're going to take a little break now and get the next guest up and ready, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I'm not saying. See ya.
Welcome back. I'm Speed, right here at the bottom of the helix. Our next presenter is a former technology CEO with 50-year veteran of model rating. Man, did I butcher that. Oops. Making complex things is simple is hard, particularly when it comes to electronics. Everyone wants to like their layout, but may be intimidated. What kind of LED to use? Why do I need a resistor? What kind of wire? How do I solder them? I've heard of fiber optics. How do I incorporate that into my lighting plan? Super simple lighting eliminates all the complexity and put advanced animation capabilities into a plug-and-play system. We welcome the founder of Model Train Technology, Mr. Jim Lewis.
Thank you, Speed, and hi everyone out there. I'm excited. We have a 45-minute presentation, and I was watching the TV the other day, flipping the channels, and I stopped on a food show, and I realized that what I was going to do today was just like one of the food shows. We have pies and cakes already made. We're going to deconstruct some of those things, show you how it works. We're going to highlight our products, but really the point is how to put super simple lighting into your layout. So there are a number of challenges with lighting. I've been doing this for a long time. My preference is N scale simply for the size, but that dictates some very small motor skills and some challenges, particularly in the lighting area. A lot of people, customers that we talk to today, anything electrical is a challenge. We weren't taught that in school. We were taught wood shop and metal shop, so there's a lot of things that are missing from most of our backgrounds about how electrical things work. I'm mostly self-taught, although I have taken some courses. We're going to talk about LEDs, as we mentioned. We're going to try to reduce the amount of soldering. That's an area where people kind of get the hang of it, but we wanted to have a range of products, some that don't require any soldering whatsoever, and then some more advanced products and capabilities. And as Steve mentioned, we were going to talk about fiber optics, which is a new area, and we do have some products in that area. So the opportunity to add lighting is out there. If you go to a train show, there are some buildings that are lit, oftentimes a single light inside. What we want to do is bring lighting to life. We want to animate it. And that dictates bringing computers and control and software and all of those other things. And the last presenter did a great job of talking about how to use Arduinos to do that. What we've done is taken all of that capability and packaged it up for you. So there's no programming and no soldering whatsoever. And we've taken away the need for the resistors because we've done all of that and put it into our products. We're going to talk about different skill levels, plug and play, soldering with wires only, and then some soldering with PCB, but most of the time spent with just plug and play. We'll talk about lighting passenger cars and caboose. That's where I started. And we'll talk about lighting buildings. And as I said, I'm going to talk about and demonstrate a couple of things. One of the things about lighting passenger cars is the wheel pickup. And so I'm going to show you the best way to do that. We're also going to light a police car with some fiber optics at the end and show you how that works. Okay, so that's the introduction. Why don't we get started? And we're going to go start over here. We'll start with the big scale and the simple stuff. And this is a sample of our dealer demo. And what we've done is we've built a wooden case and so dealers can see our product. But I wanted to show you how simple it is at the HO scale to add some really cool lighting effects. No soldering whatsoever in this one. So these are Woodland Scenic Flats. There's 3 of them that come in a kit. And what I did is I simply built a wooden case that I could put these flats on the front. I put a little flat magnet there just to hold it on. And I took out my PowerPoint and went and cut some cardstock. You can get this at Staples or any supply place. And just cut images onto it and used an X-Acto and just slid these into the room. So pretty simple. Now, if you look inside, the whole lighting is just this simple LED. This is called the surface mount LED. These come pre-wired like this. You may be familiar with the Woodland Scenics versions of this. These are a quarter the cost. They're very simple. And there's no resistor because it's all built into our controller. And so we put these into the various rooms and then plug them into our controller. So there are different color LED lights. Up in the right-hand top, we have an RGB, and we actually have a TV simulation mode. So let me show you the controller briefly. You'll see this a couple of times during the presentation today. I'm going to put it into configuration mode. Again, each of the LEDs in each room is wired in, and this is port 1, so this is the first light. We'll go to the second light, and I'm just pushing the up and down button, third light, fourth light, and so forth, and around the horn, and you'll notice the green light. So what we did with the TV simulation is we took a red, green, blue LED, we wired it up, comes that way, you just plug in the 3 ports and set them all to TV simulation. And so you can see how that goes. We're going to program one of the other buildings and change it, but I'm just going to flip back into animation mode. This particular setting is set for random. So each of the rooms will go off and on and off at a random time. And you can set what percentage of rooms are on at any given time, and you can also adjust the speed of how fast it goes. Now, on all of these demos, I've made it go pretty fast so that you can see the effect. I did take a cast car and drill holes in the front and put some LEDs in there. Again, they come pre-wired. We just stick them up in there and glue them with some Gallard glass and ran the back. But pretty simple setup. And the hardest, if you take some time and color the flats, this is just some gray and brown paint mixed up with some plaster, and I just rubbed it in. I put some frosted glass behind it, nothing too fancy, doesn't require a lot of art skills to do that. Same thing here, I painted it red, took a little time to paint the windows, put that in there, and so that's the first one. Okay, isn't that pretty cool? All right, so that's the first one. So let's go on and stay in the HO side of things and go over to this building. And we like to work with other companies' products. We want to, like I said, make it super simple. This is, again, a Woodland Sands. This is the Arms Hotel. I think they call it a couple of different things. Took about 10 minutes to create the carcass. The roof comes off. And in this case, we used Roomettes, which is from a Canadian company. They're cardboard cutouts of the rooms. And so you can see that inside the display. And at the top, there's a LED in the top there. That comes with the kit. And we actually included maybe 2 or 3 kits, I can't remember exactly. And they're just glued into the front window surface. The wires come out the bottom. Put the top back on, so we get that out of the way. And we plugged it into our controller. So pretty good there. These lamps, they required a little bit of soldering to connect to the connector. And we bought them on eBay for not much. All right, so these are all compatible. And you'll notice there are lots of different LEDs. Some are 3 volt and some are 12 volt. They come with resistors and so forth. What we've done in the controller to make everything simple for you is we've taken care of the electrical current. You just plug it in. You dial up what the brightness you want, and you can set each port, we call them ports, to an individual brightness and an animation. So this one controller has over 100 animations and tens of thousands of configuration modes in terms of the speed and the brightness. And we're gonna do a couple of those today. This one also is a Woodland Scenics product, and I did a little bit more work with this one. I crawled inside, not literally, of course, but I got the magnet wires and I disconnected. There's only 2 wires. I disconnected it, so I have 3 circuits. Screwed it into here and ran it into the controller. So I'll show you how simple this is to program. All right. So we're going to push one button here for a second. Now it's going to be port 1, which is down here, and we'll go through the rooms, and we'll go to a particular room. Let's pick this one. And 1 on the controller on the right-hand side means always on. So the other simulations are flickering, blinking, different blinking on and off speeds, Mars effect. You can have random mode, as I mentioned earlier, a step mode where in time, each light will go on in sequence as if a night watchman were going through the building. There's alternate flashing. I mentioned TV before, arc welding, different speeds of arc welding and lightning. So combining different ports and those configurations, you can make almost any animation you want just by punching in the number. So let's make this arc welding up at the top, because it's a kind of cool effect. Hopefully nobody is arc welding in their hotel room, but just to give you the effect. So I'm going to dial up here to 13 on the right-hand side of the controller. So we have port 7, effects 13. I just happen to know the singles. Like I said, there's 100 preset, and then you can configure them any way you want. I'm going to save that and go back into animation mode. And you can see that that window now is arc welding simulation. All the other lights are kind of off, but they're coming on because they've been set to random mode. All right. So now, any questions with that? We'll find out later. There's a chat button at the bottom. You can type in your questions, and we'll catch up with you on that in a couple of minutes. All right. So we've done the 2 HO ones. I'm going to unplug this and give myself a little bit more room. And we'll unplug this. By the way, all these controllers have 2 inputs for power. You can only use one at a time. There's a switch, but there's a Woodland Scenics compatible plug. So if you have a Woodland Scenics power supply, that'll plug right in there. And all of your Woodland Scenics products that we showed before are also plug compatible. So the billboards, cars, buildings, whatever you have, all of that will work with the system. And this is our demo that we take to trade shows. And I mean, there's not really much to it. It takes a couple of minutes to plug it in. And so you saw when we started up the show, lots of layout, buildings and things blinking and flashing, really brings the layout to life. And so we wanted to do that and make it super simple. All right. Okay, so the next thing, I'll talk to you about N-scale. N-scale is a little bit different. So as I mentioned, I started out with my Amtrak cars, and I had a layout, and they were all dark. Now these are Kato, and some of the Kato have a LED with a decoder that you can put in them. Then there's a plastic light bar that goes across the top. It doesn't light the car very well, and you can't control it. So we'll talk more about the lighting boards for the cars in just a second when I can reach over there. But we built a light board with a decoder that you can control that fits inside this car. Once we accomplished that, we said, well, wait a second, why don't we take the same principle and put it to work on the buildings? So we did that, and what I'm going to do is show you how we mastered that. I've got a couple of buildings here. Whoops, top didn't come out. And what we did is we built the building. There's nothing really inside, and we just took some styrene and built a plastic set of rooms. Pretty simple on that. We use super glue. The cuts aren't very good, but all you're trying to do is divide up the rooms so that the light doesn't spill from one room to the other. What you'll see on the top of this is a circuit board. This is the circuit board, and this is sort of in the medium scale of programming, soldering or whatever. And this fits right on top, and it's so thin, it fits into the roof of the building. So this is one of the buildings, and this just fits right back in there. Live TV, I'm going to leave it like that. Here's the smallest Woodland Scenics building. We did the same thing, very simple, and the light board is set in a false back behind it. Okay, and again, we used the same chip system that we used before, the LED wires there. And likewise with the smaller Orange Hotel, you can see we just built a carcass with styrene, and the board is in the back. All right, so that takes a little bit more skill. And if you're willing to do that, and it takes a little bit of practice with the soldering, but it's okay. There are only 2 wires connected to your layout. In other words, you don't have to crawl on your layout and run and connect all of those wires, because each and every one of these boards has a DCC decoder. Now, right now, I've been running this off of just a Yeah, I'm not sure why. I think there's connection. Let's go. I think we're back. We're back. Okay, it looks like we lost our connection for a minute, but as I was discussing, we're working on N-scale buildings here, and we talked about taking these. The point I was making is that there's only two wires connected to the DCC system. We're using Digitrax, and we can control the systems. I'm going to, so this will be decoder 10, and so we'll pick up 10 here. Oops. We'll go 10, enter. And so now you can see I'm just pressing F0 for the light, and you can see there we have a couple of built-in commands. We can pick and control each and every room. See that? Which means that if you have JMRI and you dial up a building, you can turn any individual light on and off. So that's really fantastic. And you can also program and adjust the brightness or any of the configurations or any of the animations remotely. So once the building is out on the layout, you've still got full control of the building. All right, so that's, we'll move right along here. Put that aside. And now we're back to the cars here. And I wanted to show you, so we have this light board. There are only 2 wires that come from it, and it's inside the car. And we can control these. We have it for HO, so let's do loco 3, enter. And so we can control the brightness. We can fade it up and fade it down. And we have a couple of customers who asked us to do installations. We do installations. And after 4 or 5 of these, he looked at it and said, hey, that's not so hard. I just have to connect 2 wires. And we showed him how to do that. And so this is definitely a project that you can do. We made a smaller version that works for caboose, fits perfectly inside an N-scale caboose. And you also see on this car we have some LEDs on the back, and that is loco 4. Okay, and so you can turn and control the LEDs on and off. So that's really cool. So now we've got a layout where when our cars move, we can turn all the layout lighting on. We can turn the rear lights on and off, and of course I mentioned the caboose. All right, so that's with that one. And that one, let's just show you a couple of other examples. Here's a vintage car, and we do have different lighting. So depending on what your needs are, if you want to do vintage or not, here's this one's great because it's got magnets to hold the roof on. And you can see that the board is just sitting on top there. And let's dial in loco 3. And you can see the lighting, very simple. And that just goes like that. All right, now this car does not, so this is a Kato car. And as you can see, it has built-in wheel pickups. All right, so there's an electrical connection inside, and we just connect up to that. We often use copper tape, which is double stick the wire in. So in that case, no soldering at all, and that works pretty well. And so this is also Kato, which has the wheel pickups. This one is not, and so we use something called floating brass, where we have something. We've tried all the different kinds of connections. A lot of the systems require you to attach the metal to the truck, physically touch it. What happens is that binds the axle and it creates resistance, and there's also a limited amount of pickup. So what we did, this is a little bit bigger view, is we have this single brass piece that connects between the axles. It's not attached to anything, and there's a wire soldered to the bottom of it, and that just goes through the car body and attaches to the board. So we thought, and we'll see how this goes. This is a Walters 85-foot car. This is one of their less expensive cars. And this is how you can take something that's relatively inexpensive and make it cool. Right? So this has a pretty simple system, double insulated, so we couldn't use this the way it is. And the first thing that you do is you just take the truck's wheels off, all right, and put the metal wheels on. Okay. Further in. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So now I would do it with all of the trucks because we lost a couple of minutes. I'm going to skip that. So here's the floating brass. It's in two sizes. And boy, we looked all over. We wanted to go to Michael's and just pick up some brass strip or something and cut it up. We looked on Alibaba and the Indian websites and everything. And we eventually had to have this etched for us. So it's the right thickness, the right tensile of the metal, and so forth. And the way you do this, so you drill a hole right here into the truck, and this brass will just fit in. If you can see that, I need to hold it up for. So I'm going to run the wire here. Underneath and underneath. And all I'm doing is wrapping the brass part around the axle on that side. See that? And then I would do the same thing on this side. More. There you go. And then this would connect up with the circuit board. What's fascinating about this, if you think about the physics, if this is the axle and most of the other systems have a single piece of metal touching it, the surface area right here is very small between the metal touch points. By wrapping the metal around the axle but keeping it loose, you get a lot more surface area. So we did that, and then we added some anti-flicker and some capacitors onto the board. So that combination creates a really reliable lighting system for even the least expensive car. So we really encourage you to give that a try. Okay, I'm doing on time. We're about 25 minutes in. All right. Okay, so I wanted to show you a few more demos on the device. Here's another version of it. There's some effects that are available. So I have these test boards and the clips. In fact, some people said, "Oh, Jim, I like your device, but I don't like the JST plugs. Is there another way to do it?" Yes, there is. You just have terminal screws. And the way we've spaced it is you can just plug these in and use any kind of LED wiring. Just plug it into the screws, so you don't have to solder anything. All right, so that's a pretty good way. Let's go back here. Now, what I've done is I've programmed all of the ports to be this step function I showed you before, and as you can see, it's going back and forth. You can speed this up. You can say, all right, I only want 3 or 4 of these lights to be blinking at any one time. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it into, I'm going to stop that mode. And I'm going to go to a light over here. And I wanted to show you the brightness and dim setting, all right? So I'm going to push this button. And now it's set for 10 out of 10% lighting. And we can go up all the way to 100, or we can go down and make it less bright. All the way down to... Okay, so you can, now, whatever you set, each of these works independently, and you can just save it, and that's it. So if out in your layout, if you have different products, like I showed you before, the lamp posts, for example, that are from a different company, and you want to balance the lighting between all of these, then this is the way you can do that. Okay, let's do one or two other animations here. Let's do these to make these alternate flash. Let's go back to here and set this to animation 8 and save it. Go to the next pin and set it to animation 8. So animation 8 is alternate flashing, and you'll see in a minute when we get to the fiber optics how that becomes important. All right, so we're going to save that. So now we'll go back into run mode, and you can see that these two lights are alternate flashing, and the other lights are doing what they were doing. So every single port can be doing a different animation. So it's essentially several hundred different of those little one-purpose animation boards, all built into a single controller, also with the ability to adjust the brightness. And as I said before, every one of them comes with a DCC input. So even our controllers here can be controlled by your JMRI or simply by your control system. Okay. All right. So I think we're good on that. Let's check how we're doing on the list. Okay. All right. So let's go to the next step, which is fiber optic. So far, so good on live TV. All right. So what we have here is a new product. We collaborated with another company that's in this business, Dwarven Enterprises, to make a fiber optic lighting system. And I'm going to plug that in and just show you the lights, and then we're going to connect the fiber up. Okay, so it goes through a boot sequence, and there we go. And I'm going to put it into, so you can see the light is actually inside the system. Okay, so I'm going to turn that off. Get these out of the way here for a second. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is put in our fiber optic. So if here's a fiber optic cable. You can get this anywhere, and it comes in 3 sizes that we use: 0.75 millimeters, 1 millimeter, and 1.5 millimeter. And we have pins that fit those different fiber sizes. And you just slip the wire in and put it in the hole and give it a little twist. That's it. It's pretty firm. And we'll do that the same for this one. Let's see if I can get one that's the same. Yeah, that's good. All right. So now what we're going to do is just, we want to trigger this, and we want to hook this up. The purpose of this demo is that this would be a gate crossing. And so we want these to alternate flash, but we need to trigger it somehow. So this controller has 8 input ports for detectors. It has 8 ports on the outside and 3 animations. So it's on, alternate flashing, or blinking. Those are the 3 for this particular one. And we've used all sorts of detector systems that we like. This one's from Iowa Scale Engineering, pretty good. It has a photo IR sensor that you put up through the layout. Azitrax makes some products that all work fine with ours. We wanted one that was even simpler that you could do from on top of the layout. So we're coming out with a detector. This is the detector, and it simply slides under the track. So this is N-scale track, and it just slides right under. You need power, and so the controller comes with power. You just plug it in. So there's 2 power sources here to run detector. We've got this adapter we've cut, port 1, we programmed in or wired in, right? So when the train goes across this section, it will turn on. Now, there are 2 or 3 different kinds of detector. Photo type, which is the infrared type. The other kind that a long time ago was prominent and then faded away because it was driven on reed switches, which is a mechanical magnetic sensor. This is a solid state magnetic sensor. And when we turn this system on, what I've done is connected that sensor to both of the first 2 input ports. So when I run the train across that section, it detects the layout. can put and the magnet is inside the boxcar. These are the magnets. You can get them as well on Amazon or eBay. There's 1 millimeter size and there's 2 millimeter size. These are 8 millimeters across. Anything that will fit. We put one into the fuel tank of this car, and so it will go. So you can see, I'm just going to slide this back across. And because this is a solid state, this is state-of-the-art technology. If you have a track and an engine that close, it will only detect the train that's directly above it. So we're using a lot of technology that's inside your iPhone, as a matter of fact, and this is one of them. So this is very, very cool. And there's the fiber optic. So that's pretty cool. This is a fiber optic only device. You can get it from us or from Dwarven Enterprises. Michael Gross is going to talk more about that at 7 o'clock this afternoon. Great presentation, all sorts of things to do with fiber optics. All right, so that's what that is all about. And so we have a couple more things of show and tell. I'm going to unplug this and put this off to the side. I'm going to bring back our other controller, and take these connectors off. All right, and as I said, we can just plug in any kind of. Let's put it on port 3. Turn it on. This out of the way. There we go. So that's the wired type, and a lot of the layout buildings and things that we showed you earlier are driven by that. Okay, move this out of the way. What we now have is the way to mix and match. So here is our LED to fiber dongle. It uses the same pin system, same cable sizing. And this simply plugs into the dongle, and this will plug into our system. So now, in this case, all the hundreds of animations that you saw before that are available are now available to use fiber optic. And there's a good reason for using fiber optic for point-based, very hard to get to lighting systems. We like I would never do room lighting with fiber optics because in the building, you'd have 30 fiber optics going down through the layout, and that just wouldn't be good. We just had 2 wires before. So mixing and matching these systems is a really optimum way to do it, and this is pretty straightforward. So the simplest example that I could come up with to show you how easy this is this is a similar car to the yellow taxi you saw before. This is a cast, and let's see if we can get. We're gonna put fiber optic in this car. Now, like my sous chef, and going back to the food analogy, has already drilled holes in the headlights. So it took a metal drill, just drilled it back through the case of the car, and we're going to take the car apart. There are 2 Phillips screws here. Hopefully I don't lose them. So there's the car, and there's the body, and there. And we're going to put fiber optic in that and connect it up to this controller. So let's say we just got that out of the box. Spend about 10 minutes or 10 or 15 minutes carefully drilling the holes in there. And now what we do is take 2 fiber optic cables. And yeah, I put some holes in the bottom so I could get through. And I'm going to just run these through. And now, so there's the car, and I'm going to run it through the 2 headlights. That orange wires there. The Adams family thing comes out. All right, there's one fiber optic through the hole, and there's the other fiber optic through the hole. And I just push extra through because it's easier that way. Put the cap back on, so those are going to be the headlights. See that? These are going down the back. We're going to screw it back together. I said, I'm just going to clip off the headlight. There you go. It's that easy. And I have this little block here with 2 holes in it, and I'm just going to run the fiber through the holes. Okay, so imagine that sitting on our layout, and we're going to take these 2. I think we've got a couple of different colors here. So we're going to take this one and plug it in here. Let's go with this. Yeah, let's go with these. Go off to the side for a second. All right, so we're going to take 2 of our dongles, and we're going to just feed the fiber into the hole and fasten it. There we go. There's one. There's the second one. Now, I want these to flicker and flash, and I want them to do it in unison. If I can plug them into 2 separate ports here, but I want them to be working together, and I don't want to use up an extra port. So I'm just going to connect both of these to this little adapter. And here's my wire to connect that. Oh, here it is. And here is the connecting wire. Right? And this wire could, the fiber optic could go all, 10, 20 feet, doesn't matter. And we had it set to go around and do that step flashing. So why don't we program that? Let's do, so this is how simple it is. And blinking, and I think it should be a little bit brighter. So I'm going to show you how you do that. We're going to switch it back into configuration mode, move to that port, switch it to the lights, and increase the brightness. Let's see how. Okay. So lots of different ways to light with fiber optic, with LEDs. There's all different things, whether you want to wire them yourselves. The chips are, it's quite interesting that one of the things that's happened, a lot of what you're seeing here wasn't possible even 5 years ago. The combination of being able to program and put small computer chips and circuitry together like this cost effectively, that was hard to do. These are surface mount LEDs. And the only way to attach them, you can't solder them because they're very thin plastic and you'll just melt them. So what you have to do is you have to put a mask of these on with solder paste, and then a machine puts each of the LEDs on and you bake them. And when you bake them, the solder melts and attaches it. And if you do these in a sheet, you can just break them apart. And that makes this a very inexpensive way to do it. Also, you'll notice that this LED is quite a bit smaller than this one. This is the Woodland Synapse one. This works fine, but the advancement in LED technology and all this NeoPixel and all that really has made these smaller, more discreet, if you will, fitting into smaller places, and the current load is much lower. So you can do all sorts of clever things with those, and this is less than, it's about a quarter the cost of this, and that's including the whole wiring setup. All right, so I think there are a couple of things I skipped on the display. I wanted to show this caboose. We put the caboose video out there a couple of weeks ago, and there was a run on caboose board. So we made some modifications and so forth, but I do want to show you that how this works. Wire this up. Got about 5 minutes or so to go here. There you go. So that's using the same caboose board, and I'm simulating this. I'm trying to show you that the light is not flickering. So that's really the key thing here. And as I'll show you here, and I'm rocking it off there it is. So you can make a caboose board. There's the board, wire it up, put the metal tabs in there, and you're ready to go. Okay, So I guess the only other thing that we didn't show and just talk about for a couple of minutes while we're wrapping up the last 3 minutes or so here. Um, our first efforts of making a case, we're down in Orlando, Florida, and we wanted a case to go around the circuit board. We wanted to put some buttons on it. So we had the circuit running and the buttons, but we didn't have the case, and that's not quite our expertise. So we found a designer down here that makes the iPad surrounds for Disney. So if you've ever been to the parks there, if they're looking at an iPad, it's not an iPad. It's got something, the Star Wars theme or something else around it. So he helped us design this case. We thought, great, okay, so how do we produce these? Well, this one was produced using an urethane process in molds. That produces 3 parts, and bring this back here for a second. And it costs about $30 a piece. I said, oh my gosh, the electronics don't cost that much. Why do we need a case that costs so much? So they said, well, why don't you inject it, use plastic injection? That'll bring your cost down to 90 cents. The problem is you have to make thousands of them in order for that to break even, and we're not quite to the thousands of units yet. So after a lot of experimentation and practice, we went to 3D printing. So we have a 3D printer that produces this case. It produces actually the 3 pieces in 12 hours. And so we just have this lined up and then banging away. It's a 2-piece part. And it's really fantastic. And so we can, our whole goal was to bring super simple lighting to the masses, to anybody that wants to do it, doesn't want to learn electrical wiring or any of that sort of stuff. And we want to make it cost effective. So that was one of the ways that we did it. So we had to learn about 3D printing. And so that's the way cases are made today. It's kind of an interesting process. It comes out of a resin upside down, and a light, ultraviolet light, touches exactly a spot in down to 25 microns in size. That's smaller than human hair. And when that light touches that piece of resin, it hardens it. And so there are repair kits you see online that use the same thing. You put a little dab of clear glue, and then you put an ultraviolet light on it, and it hardens up. So that's the 3D printing, and that allows us to do experimental and practice things. This case that goes over our detector was 3D printed. All right, so that's how that product is made. So now we can do a lot of clever things. And the one thing I didn't show you that we learned in the process, and this is sort of off the topic of super lighting, it's just how things are made. You notice there's a slot here, and we had a slide-on bracket. We thought that was pretty cool. Well, it turns out that making something with slots in plastic injection is complicated because you got to get the part off, and so the pieces have to separate. So that added to the cost. So after some more experimentation in the shop, we came up with just a simple flat piece of bracket, which has magnets. So you can see that. And all of our light controllers, the fiber optic light controller, as well as this LED scene controller now have these metal brackets, magnetic bracket, and so you can just pop it off. So that's really cool. So we constantly are inventing ways to make it simple. We're super excited about the fiber optic system that we now have. And then, of course, since we can do, I know where I was going with this, since we can do 3D printing, you can change resins, and we can now produce a clear case using the same technology. So it's pretty cool. This comes out kind of frosted when we take it out, and we lightly buff it and then spray it with clear coat like you'd find in 5 minutes. And speed up.
Questions if you don't mind answering them. Does the customer need to add any resistors to the in-car lighting?
Yeah, it's coming through very scratchy.
Give me 1 second. Jim, can you hear me?
Yes.
Does the customer have to add any resistors to the in-car lighting systems?
No, all of the boards have a resistor for each and every one of the LEDs, so that's already built in. The only thing that's you do is you solder. These are our sample ones, but you just solder 2 wires. The keep alive, the capacitors, the flicker control, the decoder, everything is on the board. And then at this end, just as we're getting into it, there's a little hardware push button switch, and you can push that to reset the board. I know in a lot of cases, I don't know that the board detector decoder board's working. You can reset that. But anyway, the answer is that all of the resistors are on the board. It just comes like that. You double stick tape it, put it in the roof, and connect those to whatever contact for the wheels. And it's decoder address 3, and it just comes on.
So what decoder address range do you allow? 4 digits?
All of the NMRA, short and long addresses.
Okay. Is there an easy way to pick up the power in N scale?
Well, so there are two answers to that. A lot of the passenger cars, not all, but a lot of the passenger cars have the mechanism built in. Almost, there's a very few number of Kato that don't, but most of them do. So we just tap into that. There are 2 brass strips that connect those 2. You use the connector, and we just connect to that brass strip. If your wheels don't have them, we have. This is the HO version, but we sell the brass strip. This is HO, but we sell the 1 millimeter size. This is an N-scale caboose, and that's how we got the electrical pickup for this. And this will work on any N-scale product.
Okay. I believe you answered the question. Someone wants to know if you have a keep alive in there to prevent flicker.
Yes, we do. Yeah, and in fact, one of the things that we've added, we've got 2 things that we've added. Again, working with customers. I mentioned the switch for resetting the board. Well, when the board is inside there, it's kind of hard to get to the switch. So we have a little jewel. I don't see it handy. A little jewel that swings over, so you can reset the board without taking it apart. And also, the capacitor technology has also increased. I know the Apple phones, a lot of electronic products have capacitors now that have tremendous capability. They're a little bit pricey, but our price is down in volume, and so we call it the super cap. And so you can add a super cap to this as well. And one of the challenges in using super caps is they keep the electricity alive. When you program this on a programming track, if you don't do it right, that will disrupt the ability to program, read and write CVs. But you can program this car on the main line. You don't need to put it on a programming track. And you can also set the address on the main line without a programming track. So you don't need a programming track. We've been running both the N-scale clubs and the HO clubs in our area. Really terrible environment because the track's always dirty. And we've got great success. So that's combination of that and that floating brass creating more physical touch points, more surface area connecting with the axle, which was one of the main problems. That and the torque problem. Actually, there's a whole discussion probably on that, but I mentioned the touch point this way. Well, one of the things about those is the pressure that puts on the wheel really creates drag. And if you want to have a lot of cars in your train, all with these metal things pushing on the axle, the train's going to get very heavy. When the brass is floating and touching like that, there's almost no friction. There is some friction. You're going to pick it up a little bit, but it really works well. The other thing about pressure is it tends to bind the wheel in the pin in the truck, and that also adds to friction. So by this floating system, we got rid of all of those things. It's just a simple piece of brass. So sometimes the simplest solutions are best.
You know, or you would know, can you dim the caboose light?
Yes. Yes, all of the products have. Let's see if I remember the code for that. I can. Would you like me to demonstrate it? No. Let's see if we can do that. And actually, this caboose. Let's see. We got that connected. Hook it up to DCC. I believe that is Loco 60. There we go. Wow. Okay. So let's put it on to, so it's on address 60. We do a couple of things here. I'm going to adjust the brightness. So I turned on a function key, and now I can adjust the brightness to anything I want. And I push the horn button to save it, and it blinks. And now that's the default brightness.
Neat.
Okay. Now, let's say that I want to change this. So let's say I have a whole bunch of engines and cars, passenger cars, all on, and this caboose is on a train, and I have all of the other cars programmed to 30, and they all come on at the same time. This one I want to change to 30. So I hold the horn button, and it goes into programming mode. And so what I do is I use a function here. I'm going to use 30 and hit the save button. And now I'm going to change this to loco 30. And now its address is 30. So that's as simple as it can get. and using that method, you can only have addresses up to 2,000, but if you do put it on a programming track, you have the whole NMRA up to 10,000 long addresses. And that really is just, that actual number is dependent on your DCC system, Digitrax versus NCE versus others, slight variations on that, but.
Is there any sequencing for building lights?
So each of the 16 ports, I think if I understand your question, each of the 16 ports can operate independently, or you can program them to work together. So for example, the thing we did earlier, any two adjacent ports, whether they're odds or even, it'll be odd and even, but it could be any two adjacent ports can do the alternate flashing. The next pin could be blinking. The next pin could be arc welding. The next pin could be blinking again at a different speed. So every single pin, so think of it as 16 separate controllable, programmable ports, each with any one of the hundreds of animations and speed adjustments. And also, so we have a chart. So for all of the basic behaviors, you can pick a number. So all of the 60s are the random, and you can choose a number like 63, and that will be a certain kind of amount of randomness and so forth for blinking, flashing, and all of those kind of things. You can program it from a programming track, so you can plug this into DCC and act like a decoder and find the CV that's appropriate for changing that behavior. So we give you that map. But actually, I got tired of doing and switching wires and moving the thing around. So what you can do on all of our controllers is you can put it into CV programming mode. All right, now the CV programming mode. So this is CV 112. And so I can go to the chart and say, okay, I need to know what CV 120 is. And I can act like the decoder and find the right, and then you can program it and change the value of that CV to whatever you want.
Okay. A few more short questions. Is there a maximum wire distance for the controller LEDs that you recommend?
Not practically. I think 30 or 40 feet is about as big as anybody's layout. If you're going to have a bigger club layout, you'd probably spread out the controllers. The fiber optic almost has no limitation on distance. So, hundreds of feet worth, you'll get very little drop off in the light that goes into the fiber optic versus what comes out the endpoint. But I wouldn't, I'd use lightweight, low gauge wire for the LEDs, but no practical limitation.
Is there a maximum current the controller can provide to each LED
yes,
panel?
Each control, good question. I should have mentioned that. Each controller has a support for 1 amp, and each port is up to 100 milliamps. However, you can't have all 16 ports at 100 milliamps because that'd be 1.6 amps. So you have to balance that. Some will be more, some will be less, and that's perfectly okay. The controller takes care of that. Also, you can have up to 4 LEDs on a single line. These are in parallel, and so you can ramp up the current and voltage to accommodate the device will do that. But and we have tested this with 64 LEDs at a lower voltage balanced across, so it will support it, like I said, up to that 1 amp capacity.
Okay, 2 more questions. Why did you go with a brass strip and not nickel silver?
It's easier to bend, and it was easier to work with, solder, all of those sort of things. Cost is a factor as well.
And for your 3D printing, are those resin printed or are they FDM, meaning the
Yeah, okay. They're
plastic molding?
SLA, so it's a lithography. That's the light part in a resin, so it's SLA printing.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be cheaper to do it with FDM?
FDM doesn't give us the nice case. It would create, it gets close, but what we haven't found one. So there's a couple of where the thing comes out of the resin, there are little things that attach, and so we have to lightly sand that off before we
Correct.
finish it up. If it was FDM, we'd have to sand the whole device, and even if we put it in alcohol fuming things, and so it just didn't come out right. So that was,
Okay.
and it's a really durable case. And likewise, the cost, FDM would have been faster, but not as high quality.
Jim, thank you very, very much.
All
That
right.
was that was really nice. Even
Great,
I
thanks.
saw a few things I'm interested in. So
Okay, good. Thanks, Speed. Yeah, thanks everyone. I really enjoyed it, and have a great day and enjoy your weekend.
thank you, sir. Let's do it.
Oh, look, I'm living up to my reputation. I forgot to hit the mute button, so no one heard me out there, and I forgot to hit the transition button. So they never saw the wheel spin, so we'll give it another go. Now they can see it, and we'll see what question we come up with this time. Okay, so do you use DC or DCC? This is always an interesting one when it comes up. It has been in the past. But anyway, we'll leave it at that, and we'll go to a little break now, and be back in a couple of minutes with our next clinic.
Welcome back. I'm Tim. No, I'm not Tim. I'm Speed at the bottom of the helix. Our next clinician started model railroading at the age of 12. And unlike us, who was convinced by our dads to join, he convinced his dad to join. He's a member of the Wisconsin and Michigan Model Railroad Club, as well as River Rail out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, right?
Mm-hmm.
At any given time, he has 5 projects going from I feel brain dead tonight to I can conquer the world. We welcome Tim Odenhoven.
Thank you much, Speed. Appreciate it. Good to be with you today. So today, the plan is we're doing a 2-part clinic, as we discussed, and it's really going to be scratch building a car the modern way. And I'm doing that in quotes, of course, but it's using some of the computer-aided technology that's available these days, mainly cutting styrene with a Cricut cutter and then 3D printer. And so first off, though, just a little bit about what we're doing. I've been doing 3D scratch building cars for about 6-7 years now. And I started by doing it just with a Cricut cutter. I was so excited to get my first Cricut cutter. And I used to make cars completely out of Cricut cut styrene. So here is a coal car that I made, my Wisconsin Public Service coal train. It's completely styrene, Cricut cut parts in every regard. This is not 3D printed in any way. I also made these HMA ore cars for Algoma Central. Again, completely 3D Cricut cut, even the handrails, everything. All 3D, all Cricut cut, and I made the SSAM Wisconsin Central rebuilds for that, for their ballast train. So this is about 36 Cricut cut parts I made as a puzzle, if you will. And so it's possible to make cars completely out of styrene, as people have been doing for a long time. But as I started seeing the limitations of the technology of just using styrene, I wanted to start going a little bit farther. And what I developed is a hybrid. And so right here, here's one of my LS&I Husky ores, also for GBW. The red parts are 3D printed, and the white is Cricut cut styrene. And you can see I made a Cricut cut styrene box. The slope sheets are Cricut cut, but then the bottom bolster is 3D printed, and all the rails are 3D printed, which gives you that nice 3D effect on the rails. Now, what you don't get doing this type of car building is like rivet detail. I mean, I can't put the slope sheet rivets in easily. I mean, I could do archer transfers or something. But the nice thing is this car literally is costing me about 30 cents worth of plastic to produce. And they're extremely strong, extremely rigid, very, very easy to put together. And with this kind of technology, you basically get a car that looks like this, which at a 6-foot distance is maybe even hard to tell that it's been done so easily, so quickly. And from there, I've been building lots of cars. One project I did was the Vincent tack trains that run on Superior. So here are the H4s that I did with the double bays. And again, it's Cricut cut styrene for the sides, for the slope sheets, but then like the bottom bolster is all 3D printed, and the rails and the ends are all 3D printed. So there's a couple of variations. And then just because I can, I did all the H1s as well. So I've got all 3 of the BN runs of the H1s. And again, all Cricut cut. And I run a 90-car unit train on my club layout. In fact, I've run it at Nationals in St. Louis. No, I'm sorry, in Kansas City. And runs quite well. That was where it debuted. But here's another one of the H1s with the open framing. So going from there, you can just about start building anything. One project I'm working on right now is something that's not getting commercially available, but it's the 60-foot high cubes for F-plate service. And you notice there's no door on it because these are TTX boxes. So what I do is I actually make a separate door panel that I can paint black, and that way I don't have to use any masking tape. And then I also did these guys as well, which are produced by Walters, but when you're 3D printing, much easier just to produce yourself. And then being a Wisconsin model, Wisconsin Central, Green Bay, and Western, I do a lot of log trains. So here's my mega log haulers, which aren't produced by anybody, but it's an articulated log car. And I've got a lot of roll log flats that I did. So just to kind of give a viewpoint of different things are possible. Oops, forgot this guy. Here's a sand car. The side is Cricut cut. I even scored it with my Cricut cutter to get the ribs. And then, of course, everything else is 3D printed on the car. And you can see the detail with the rivets from 3D printing as well. So you kind of get best of both worlds. A nice smooth side with the styrene, and then the 3D printed parts for all the detail that'd be impossible to do with styrene. So at this point, what I'd like to do is I'm going to come here and share my screen. I've got a little bit of an outline for us. So Here we go. Speed, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. So as we say, we're scratch building a car today. What we're going to be doing is actually making a thou many papers pulp gun. So why 3D print? I think we talked about it. I actually have a IT degree, which I pretty much botched and built in Frankenstein myself. So that's how you get a $1,000 printer to run like a $4,000 printer. But a couple of key concepts for us first. So subtractive versus additive manufacturing. So subtractive manufacturing is when you cut things, when you reduce the size of things in order to make something, like cutting styrene with a cricut cutter. Where additive manufacturing is the 3D printing, where you're laying down filament and you are building something up. And of course, with this car, we're doing both subtractive and additive, taking the best of both worlds. But we need to be mindful that 3D printing is really not 3D. At best, it's 2.5D, because we build up in layers. It's like a hot glue gun that just builds up layer by layer by layer. And it's not true 3D. It's got a lot of limitations, and we got to be aware of that. Also, the materials. There's a lot of options for plastics to use, different techniques to use. I mean, I've been playing with this a lot, and I think the experimentation is very important. Anyone who wants to get into 3D printer, you can't see it like, you know, buying a new screwdriver or a new file. It's a hobby within a hobby. It takes a while to really get the hang of it. And you just got to be willing to put the time in. Thank goodness we have YouTube. We have so many wonderful clinics. The 3D printing hobby is just as vibrant as the model railroading hobby, in my opinion. And there's so many wonderful YouTube presenters who are doing pure 3D printed projects. And I've watched a lot of that. But for me, as I'm designing, I've got a couple of rules that I follow. First is sunk cost fallacy, meaning I need to be flexible. I can't worry about how much this stuff is costing. A car costs 30, 50 cents worth of plastic. I can chuck a bunch of them. Who cares? I mean, we spend 50 cents, $1, $2 in gas all the time for no reason. Why can't I spend 50 cents, $1 in plastic and not be afraid to chuck it? 12 by 24 inch piece of styrene is less than $1. 3D printed filament, $30 a filament goes a whole long way. You can print tons and tons of cars. And so for me, I'm not married to, oh, I have to have it perfect for printing. No, I'll print imperfect stuff and just keep going. It's not uncommon as I'm prototyping cars to make 3, 4, 5 prototypes and just keep refining and just keep printing parts. When I'm designing stuff, I'm just always printing what I'm working on so I can see it, and things always pop up. And that way I really have an iterative design, if you will. I can just keep improving. The other thing, this comes from my IT background, is the 80-20 rule. It takes 20% of the time to do 80% of the job. It takes the other 80% of the time to finish the 20%. I'm really running an 80% here on the job. I don't want to really get bogged down in great details and rivets. And yes, I do that on some of my projects, but a lot of these cars, they're going to be running on clubs, they're going to be running my layout. No one's really going to notice crazy details like that. And so I'm good with just the 80% of the job complete and making it look really, really nice. As I mentioned, iterative design. I'll start printing, I'll just keep building up, keep refining. You'll see the car that I prototyped already is my first prototype, and I'll explain some of the issues I have with it and what I'm going to do next. It's, like I said, multiple projects. And actually, I've learned this from Elon Musk and SpaceX, who do iterative design probably in the best manufacturing way I've seen. And there's a lot of interest in YouTube by some of their employees who really talk about that. Don't get bogged down. Don't get bogged down in detail, but just keep moving, just keep swimming, keep having fun. My real life job is pretty tedious, so it's really nice to have a hobby where you can just have fun. For me, I would much rather play with crayons and number 2 pencils and slide rules. And so just have fun with it. But yet, I do have my standards, and my stuff is pretty exacting to my level, maybe more than others and less than others. Multiple projects at different times and folks. And what I mean by this, I have multiple projects going on all the time. Some when I feel brain dead, others when I feel I can do anything, and in between. And I have different workspaces where I'm working on my different projects. If you go downstairs in my basement, I have a couple of boxes with Ziploc bags marked for different projects I'm working on, things I put aside for certain ways and reasons. And when I feel like working on it again, I'll pick it up again. And then the 6-inch rule. Most people see our cars at 6 inches. At 6 inches, you're not going to notice a lot of things. This is not my job to make cars. These are for me and not others. And so I'm going to do what I like and think is good. And frankly, it's worked pretty well for sharing these things. So with that, what we're going to be doing the next 2 hours or hour and a half is following the steps I would follow to make a car. So first is study, 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 collecting prototype pictures, getting dimensions, figuring out how to make the car, materials and tools that will be used, how I'm going to integrate car weights, operational constraints. It's got to run good. I'm a prototype operations guy with River Rail. It's got to run good. I run at clubs. Things got to be bomb-proof. Believe me, my club members are still teasing me about the run when I had in Kansas City with that ore train. It's got to run good. And then the KISS method, keep it simple. Keep it simple and keep my design simple. The best part is no part, as Elon Musk always says, and really try to refine and keep things best possible. And then modeling the basic car. And so we're going to create the sides for it. We're going to create some basic drawings and create a couple of 3D printed parts. And then definitely prototype and repeat. And not be afraid of that iterative design, refine and run the car, put trucks on it, put weights in it, run around for a couple of days, refine it again before I make my final run of it, if you will. So let's jump back to the front. Study, study, study. So prototype picture. So the car we're going to be able to build today is from Thielme Papers in Kaukauna. And they made these special gondolas that became international papers, and now they're all over the place. But you can see it's a very unique pulp gondola with those ends on it and the slopes, and it's got this little cutout window on it. Here they are in the UP in Wisconsin Isthmian. I saw these all the time growing up. I was very happy to find an end picture of them. That is absolute gold, and of course of the brake end, which is even better. And someone made a resin model of it. And so I always like to look at and see if it was produced in brass. Brass models are a wonderful place to look. I love brasstrains.com, and I can look up all these brass cars, and not that I'm going to buy them, but I can look at all the pretty pictures and kind of get an idea of what the car looks like. Now, looking at this car here, there's a lot of deficiencies with it. They didn't really follow the ladder very well. The ribs are wrong. The window's not in the right place. Some of the understructure is a little bit different. So, I mean, it's a good representation. Again, for this modeler, I'm sure this is great resin. He's not doing 3D printing like I am, so I can have a bit higher standards. But as I look at his model, I'm noting what it is I need to be aware of in my prototype pictures. So then coming to that, I need to set dimensions. Now, unfortunately, I could not find dimensions for this car. And so what I'm left with then is relative measurements. So a lot of cars are photographed in trains, and they'll be next to cars I know dimensions. And my favorite thing to look for is bridge shots, because we can figure out what the length of a bridge is. And if you got a train car going over a bridge, you can figure it out pretty good. And luckily, I found this bridge shot. And it happened to be right next to a grain car. So I know that grain car is about 54 feet. I know the height of that grain car. I have many models of it. And when I, in Photoshop, put that train car underneath, I can say, wow, this looks like a 52.6 gondola. And that works very well. I've got a lot of WC Milgons. And so 52.6 fits all my log loads. Yeah, I want my car to be 52.6 so that I can interchange my log loads and make it work really well for operations. Is the car 52.6 exactly? I don't know. It looks like it's really close. It seems to be really close. But I wasn't quite sure after I found this picture. Now, as I said, it went over a bridge. As you can see, here's the bridge picture. This is an Isthmian. I wonder how long that bridge is. Well, if I go onto Google Maps, I can take a measurement off Google Maps. I can see that that bridge is roughly about 53 feet long. And when I went and put the car over the bridge, I'm like, my goodness, the car is just about the same length of that bridge. 52.6 is sounding pretty good to me. Next question, the height. So I calipered a grain car. And the grain car, if I kind of look at the ladders and stuff, it seems to be about 32 millimeter car. But I found another picture. This car next to an Algoma Central Milgon, and just happen chance, I've already 3D printed this Algoma Central Milgon. I know that that end on that Milgon is just over 32 millimeters. Now I model in millimeters because all my 3D printers run in millimeters, and so I just do everything in millimeters. But in fact, the whole industry does everything in millimeters because I've calipered so many cars from Atherton to Mountain and Skilled Trains. All the ribs, everything's in closest millimeter. Everything's in millimeters in our hobby, whether we know it or not. But anyway, these cars look to be about the same height, 32 millimeters. That height sounds very, very good to me. The other thing I found is I found a picture that had a BLNE coal car right next to it. And again, the coal car is 53.8 for length. I can find out it's 10'8". And basically when I matched it up as a third check, yeah, it matched up. So I decided I'm going to make this car 32 millimeters tall, and I'm going to make it 52.6 feet long, which is 184 millimeters in HO scale. So what we've just done here, let me scroll back up, is we did our steady state prototype pictures, get dimensions, figure out how to make the car. So this is a question. So if I could switch back to my camera, gentlemen, I'm going to stop my share. And as we switch back to the camera here, this is my first prototype of the car.
Give us a minute.
I started this at 6 o'clock last night, and we had our river rail call at 7 in Zoom. And I had this car ready to show people at 8:15 in the computer with the rendering. And this thing was produced by 11 o'clock that evening with all the parts printed for this prototype. So I basically spent 4 hours tops, plus was with my river rail group on it. So that just shows how quick this rapid prototyping is. There are many issues with this car. I'm glad you can't see it clearly, but it gets me in the ballpark. So what we're going to do first is decide how we want to design this car. And what I did is I used styrene for the sides, and then I 3D printed rails, and I 3D printed the ends. On this prototype, I did a bottom bolster, and then I used a styrene sheet for the bottom. That is not happening next time. We'll explain later after we build the car. But for our purposes, what we need to do is start drawing the general dimensions of the car, the general outline of the car, so we can get our styrene sheet ready to go, and then we can start making our rids. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to switch into one of my favorite programs in the whole world, which is Fusion 360. Fusion 360 is free for modelers, and it is what we call a parametric modeling software, which means you basically design off of blueprints. And what's really cool about Fusion 360 is I can actually import a canvas and import my railroad cars into the software. And so you can insert right here and attach a canvas. And then you can even size the canvas by putting a point on each corner and size it down. So I size this thing to 184 millimeters. Now, there is a great issue with this picture, as most pictures that people shoot of railroad cars, is it is not straight. Now, yes, I could have went into Photoshop and I could have edited and transformed it, but this end looks really good to me. And usually when I model, I mirror it. So I take the middle of the car and now just mirror over one side and make two, and then add my ladders and other details. So as long as I'm happy with this side, I can really do a whole lot with this. So now that I have this scaled properly, 184 millimeters tall, it does come out to 32 millimeters tall as well. So I know that my height-length ratio is perfect. There's my fourth check on the dimensions. I know I've got it really, really close. And if you've ever looked at a caliper with millimeters, which caliper is a modeler's best friend, right next to the screw cutter and the super glue and methyl ether quinone, calipers, I mean, a millimeter, half millimeter, you're not going to see it at 6 inches. So even if I'm off by just a little bit, I don't care. It's close enough. Let's keep moving. So in Fusion 360, what we do to create things is you create a sketch, which is a blueprint, if you will. And from that blueprint, you can make your 3D parts by extruding, by giving them width and depth, if you will. So to create a sketch, and believe me, there's YouTube videos like crazy on this. Please watch them. There's a guy by the name of Lars who does a great job. Fusion 360 has all kinds of videos. But I come under here, I create sketch. I say where I want the sketch to be. I want it to be right here. And now I am drawing. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm just going to create a box, a nice rectangle, and I'm just going to place it right here. If you notice that red line just came up, that is from what I've already done. And so we're kind of cheating just a little bit. But I'm just going to here. Notice I have dimensions on the top dimension here. It's already at 32. So I'm just going to type in 32. Now it's exact. Now what I do is 184 millimeters divided by 2. What I can just do, if I don't feel like doing math, I just do 184 divided by 2 in the computer. I hit enter, and now I have a nice box. You notice when I put my mouse over it, it shades in. Wonderful. Now what I need to do is set the top height of the gondola, and I'm just going to create a line here, and I'm just going to draw it. I'm just going to draw a nice straight line. There we go. nice straight line. And now I want to make a nice dimension, because my 3D printers work in 0.4, 0.2 millimeter increments. So I want all my parts to kind of look good. But notice 19.202957, whatever. I'm just going to make it 19. 19 is a nice round number, nice and easy to remember. Now it'd be good to do this dimension. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a line just for measuring purposes. So I'm going to draw this line over, and notice that that edge right there looks a whole lot like 20. So I'm just going to say 20, maybe 20.5. Enter. And you notice it gave me this nice little dot here. Then I'm going to draw another line on the other side and dimension that up, just so that I know exactly what I'm working with here. And I'm looking at this, and it's looking 55.5 seems pretty good to me. Boom. All right, and then I'm just going to draw a line between them. And now I've got that dimension. Now, just so I can have one piece, I'm going to remove this line. If you hit the T key, it's called trimming. Notice when I put my mouse over, when I got the trim feature enabled, I hit go, and now I've got one piece. That's my basic dimension for the styrene, without a doubt. So to go from a drawing to an actual 3D printed piece, we need to do something called an extrude. Extrude is where you can push it back or up and create distance. The extrude hotkey is E, E for extrude, and now I can give it depth. Now I use 20 thou styrene, which is more like 0.024 inches, and I just know that 20 thou styrene is about 0.6 millimeters. So I'm going to type in 0.6 there. Notice how it's changed colors. I hit enter. I'm going to hide my canvas. And notice when I swing around, I now have a nice little piece right here. And as I said, I go from left to right. Well, there's a handy feature in Fusion 360 called mirror. So I click on this body, and I go create mirror. It wants to say objects. I've already selected my object. Select mirror plane. And I'm just going to select this edge right here. Notice it just pops it right over like that. And if I zoom out here, you'll notice I now have a piece with the two ends. In Fusion 360, you can easily combine and cut. Again, these are things to learn and to work on. I'm not going to explain it for this purpose, but just show you what it looks like. And now I have my piece. So now what I need to do is put this onto styrene. But rather what I'd like to do is show you the exact piece that I made earlier, because we didn't spend much time on this. But if I come here and I go to my side panel, you'll notice here's the piece I made. Looks very, very similar. In fact, we did pretty much almost an exact job, except I've got the hole cut out. So let's use this with the hole cut out. We'll do a Martha Stewart on this. So what I like to do, and this is because I've kind of grown building these things, you can export this as a drawing and put it into Cricut Cutter. I have found that to be fiddly. It loses lines. It has problems. I have found an easier Sharpie marker crayon kind of a way. What I do is I come and I take a screen grab. So in Mac, it's called Screenshot. I'm not sure how well you can see what I'm doing right now, but I am basically taking a screenshot of this image, of this pane, and I'm just going to save it to my clipboard. And I just hit capture, and I've got a screenshot of it. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to stop the share, and we're going to move into Photoshop. So let me move into Photoshop here. Sorry for all the transition for our moderators. Okay. So now I'm in Photoshop. I am a photographer. I use Lightroom and Photoshop all the time for my photography. You can do this in Paint. You can do this with free programs. You don't need Photoshop for this. But I've got it. It's what I know. That's what we're doing. So I've saved it to clipboard. I'm just going to Control V, and I'm going to paste my image in. Notice here is the image that we created. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to use an online converter that takes a black and white image and traces it and makes it what we call an SVG file, a scalable vector graphic. This is the language that Cricut cutters love to speak in. I could go directly from Fusion to SVG, but as I said, I find it fiddly. I don't like it as much. So what I'm just going to do is I need to make this black and white. So I go to my paint bucket tool here. Boom. I've got a black and white image now. I just painted the gray black. Look how good it looks. Now I could use I could modify this. I could draw more lines. I use Photoshop all the time to make styrene sides. But it's easy to do Fusion 360 because I'm doing all my 3D printed parts in Fusion 360. So everything lines up perfectly every time. But when I was making the fully Cricut cut cars, it was all Photoshop. I was making all my puzzle pieces in Photoshop. So with that being done, I'm just going to save this. So File, Save As. And we'll just call this side. And I'm going to put it as a JPEG image. Doesn't really matter what it is. I find JPEG just easy. And yeah, I didn't do it, but I don't care. I've already got it saved. All right, so I'm going to stop the share, and now I'm going to go to the online SVG editor. So I'm going to open up my Chrome, and oops, here we are, sharing, and there we go. So here I am at this website. It's image.online-convert.com, convert to SVG. So online-convert. I found this thing 7 years ago. I've been using it ever since. It works phenomenal. And it takes an image file and makes it that scalable vector graphic that Cricut can speak. So I just come here and I hit choose file. I'm going to choose the side copy. I hit start conversion. It uploads, start conversion. This is a small file. It converts it. I hit download. And now in my downloads file, I have an SVG file, which is wonderful. I'm going to stop this share. And I'm going to go to my my Cricut Cutter program. Cricut Cutter, amazingly, has a desktop application I've done to this point.
Nothing so far, if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you, Speed.
Nothing thus far.
Oh, nothing this far. How sad. Well, please type in questions if you have it, or maybe we've lost everybody. I hope you're drinking lots of coffee, Speed. So this is just an example of a complex project in Cricut Cut Design Space. This program comes with a Cricut Cutter. And you can see this is one of those Wisconsin Central rebuilds of the HMA org car. And you can see that I've got a whole bunch of internal structure here. I got internal ribs that slot together. I got the ends. I got handrails. I got ladders. I did it all in Cricut Cutter back in the day. And actually, I'm pretty proud of those cars, even though they don't look nearly as good as 3D printed. What I'm going to do here is I'm just going to go to my projects. And there. And you can see you got all your projects loaded up. I got, just to show here, here's my bin SIF ones. Here's the sand car sides with the scoring. Here's the GBW Aura cars. Here's O-scale cars that I make for people. All kinds of stuff that I've done in the past. Here's the side cars. Those coal cars I showed you, I cut decals out of white film. Here's some bolt parts as I was trying to make car ferries out of styrene. So you can do all kinds of stuff with this. But we're just going to do a new project. So I click on the new button, and here's my design space. So I want to be clear, I have changed Cricut Cutter over to metric. It's in centimeters. Just because everything I do is in metric, just as the whole model road manufacturing community is in metric. What we need to do is import my SVG file. So there's an upload button here. I click upload, I hit upload image, I hit browse, and I'm going to do my scalable vector graphic. Now, just as a caveat, Cricut Cut Design Space can make SVG files out of black and white JPEGs. It just doesn't work as well as an online converter. I have had problems with Cricut Cutter in the past doing it for me, just like I've had problems in the past with Fusion 360 exporting to an SVG file. It just loses stuff. The process I'm doing, it just works. Even though it seems like crayons, it works. So I'm going to click my side copy one SVG right here. It imports it. Notice I have a representation black-white. The online converter did a beautiful job. And I'm just going to hit save. And now I have that part right here. And I am just going to click on it and click insert image. So now it's going to insert it, but it has no idea how big to make it. Good news is we know. If I come up here to size, this is in millimeters. I guess 90 centimeters, so 900 millimeters. Way too much. It's 184 millimeters. I just do 18.4. You have no idea how many times I mess that up. Notice it switches it over to 3.214. It's 32 millimeters, but it's close enough. And I have my part right there ready to go, which is wonderful. Just for time issues, I'm going to hit Control Copy and Control V for paste. And I'm going to make a second one because why not? When you make multiple pieces in Cricut Cut, I always like to put them in the layout and orientation I want, which means you need to attach your files. And so if I just select both of them, I hit the Shift key, clicked on the other one, and I just hit Attach. Now it's one piece. I can move it as one. What you want, it always gets me wrong. It doesn't know what I want. I'm not a more senior lady doing scrapbooking, I guess. I'm cutting model railroad parts and I want full control. So that's why you always want to attach your parts. So with this done, now I can make it. So I hit the make it button. And here we go. It gives me the Cricut Cut mat. So you buy these mats, it got sticky backing on them. My sticky backing wore out a long time ago. Styrene is very hard on this machine, although it's been running for 7 years and it's cut hundreds and hundreds of 12 by 24 inch sheets. I use the biggest mat possible, which is 30.5 by 61 centimeters or 12 by 24 inches. I've already cut on my styrene sheet, and I know that I need to move it down a bit. In fact, I need to move it down roughly 21 centimeters. So I'm just going to take this and drag it down to 21 centimeters and just a little bit more, just so I don't mess up on camera. We'll waste a little styrene. Oh well. Once I've got it set on the mat where I want my piece, notice I attached them so they move together. If I didn't attach, I'd have to move both pieces separately. And believe me, when you're cutting 50, 60 pieces at once, let the machine run for an hour, you want everything attached. When I got that, I hit continue. My Cricut Cut machine is a Cricut Cut Air. It's an old one. You can buy them on Craigslist like crazy. It's a Bluetooth. So right now, my machine is looking for the Bluetooth. And one hopes it finds it quickly. Sometimes it can take a minute. But it is looking. It just found it. And then you can set the material. Now, I have created what I call Tim's styrene. This is the maximum pressure setting, and it makes 4 passes. I find making multiple passes makes my styrene parts pop out like butter. They just fall out. In fact, I can take the mat and just shake it, and all the parts fall out when I do this. But just for the purposes of this computer demonstration, I'm going to hit go, and now it's telling me in nice, easy, clear instructions. I need to load the material, and then I press the go button. But with that, gentlemen, I want my camera back if possible, please, so you can see me. And I'm going to tilt my camera towards my Cricut Cutter machine. So right here, you can see I've got my mat. This mat is shot. The styrene does not stick to it. Who cares? I use frog tape or painter's tape to hold it on, the cheap Menard stuff, no problem at all. And so you can see I've already cut some pieces, so that's why we moved it down. So all you got to do is put the sheet into the Cricut Cutter machine, and I hit the button that's flashing, which loads it in. You notice my head just moves back and forth. The blade can actually remove it right here. It's just magnetic. That holds it. I literally can cut 30 pieces of styrene on one deep cut blade as long as I do maximum pressure settings with 4 passes. It just keeps working. Look at this blade. It's starting to meet the end of its life. You can see it's really starting to wear down. These Cricut Cutter machines are not made to cut styrene, but they do. But the deep cut blade is the one you want to get. You have to get the special deep cut housing. When I bought this machine, the machine was about $150. A deep cut blade is about $3, and the housing is about $20. So I'm in about $200 on this machine. A mat costs about $10, and of course, you can buy this plastic online everywhere, 20,000 styrene for about $1 a sheet. My favorite place to buy styrene is East Street Plastics. It comes pre-cut, nicely packaged, super fast, but there's a lot of distributors for that. I'm just going to load that again. And there's a Cricut button, the go button is flashing for me, and I'm just going to hit go. And now it's going to sync up to my computer and start cutting. And so it does a little calibration. It moves down. Yeah, we are definitely wasting plastic right now, but I'm not making a fool of myself online, which is good. So this is just going to cut, and I'm just going to let this work to show you how quick it cuts 2 pieces. Speed, do we have any questions about what I've done thus far?
They want to know how much formal training or how long did it take you to learn Photoshop?
That is a great question. So I've been using Photoshop since 1996. I started with Photoshop 1.0. They no longer do number of versions. It got up to 12, and now it's the CS, the Creative Suite, and it's been that for a long time. Photoshop is not hard to use, but again, there's all sorts of wonderful tutorials. But for me, I always set a project and say, I want to do this project, and then learning the tools in the toolbox. But yeah, it takes a little bit. So for people who are not computer oriented, this could be a bridge too far. I just am very comfortable with Photoshop. I'm very comfortable in 3D modeling. I'm very comfortable with building stuff by hand and working with styrene and the 3D printers. I have no problem using taps and dies and drill presses and soldering. None of this scares me. It doesn't scare me to resolder a resistor on a board with a reflow. I mean, we do this stuff. So I just want to say I've got a lot of the skills already in place to do this. But I think the Cricut Cutter is accessible by anybody. I have seen 80-year-old complicated, but if you put the time into it, it's good. It took me 2 years before I felt comfortable with 3D printing. I had a 4-month trial divorce on my 3D printer because I had never gotten so mad in my whole life. I kept breaking it, everything I tried to do, but then after watching a lot of modeling, 3D modelers, real 3D modelers, not railroaders, but just the 3D hobby, that's what got me more comfortable. And a lot of Fusion 360. I gave up watching any other TV, and all I did was watch 3D printing and Fusion 360 videos for like a year. And that really, really helped.
What thickness styrene are you cutting in 4 passes?
20 thou. This can cut 30 thou and score it very well, that you can just pop it out very easily, but I use all 20 thou. I do 10 and 15 thou as well, but that is getting really, really thin. 20 thou is just a really good thickness for car sides. And in fact, if you look, you can just see the printed part is 2.25 millimeters. And of course, the styrene 20 thou is 0.6 millimeters. But you can see just how nice that creates it.
Someone asked if the side posts on a gun are 6 inches thick, which is about 70 thou. How would you do that?
Oops.
Oops. What kind of blade?
It's my hobby. It's 6 foot. Who's gonna see the difference between 0.6 millimeters and 0.7 millimeters? I mean, you're not gonna see that ever. I mean, if I take my caliper right here, and I do 0.1 millimeter. That is 0.1 millimeter right there. Who's gonna notice? And so I just don't worry about that stuff. That's my crayon approach.
What kind of blade are you using there?
It is a deep cut blade from Cricut Cutter. It's the deep cut blade.
Are there pressure settings that you need to enter?
Yes, I have a custom profile where I set the maximum pressure and the 4 passes. And their Cricut Cutter has wonderful resources on their website with videos that show you how to do that.
And then, of course, everybody wants to know, are these files for sale? Are you making them available?
I have not made any of my files available just because when I've given files to people, there's a million questions, and I have a very busy job. I'm actually a Catholic priest by trade, and so I don't have time for all the customer support. I do have a buddy of mine who's looking at going in with me and maybe making these available. But I do make kits available, and I do pre-make the parts just because it's with my machines all calibrated and dialed in. It's very easy to do that. So I've sold hundreds of kits already on a lot of these cars to people in the local area in my clubs.
Okay, so when this is all done on YouTube, there's an order for you for one of the car ferry cars that you gave. So
yes, if you go to the River Rail website, I'm easy to get a hold of, riverrail.org. Otherwise, you can try Googling me and find me that way as well. But needless to say, I just got done cutting. And if you look here at the sheet, you can see that we've got the cutout. And so I can just, very old blade, but you can see that I got this piece. I can pop out the pop out right here. Yep, this blade needs to go. It is, I don't even know how many sheets I've done. Okay, so there's the part. Now, notice the limitations here. It's not perfectly square. It likes to round square edges. This is where 3D printing is more precise. But 3D printing doesn't give me the nice smooth surface finish unless I print in resin, which I have, but resin is messy, extremely time consuming, and costs about 15 times more for materials than FDM. So I avoid resin if I can. But that is the part that we made. It's nice and rigid and worked very, very well.
Could you put score lines on that?
What's that?
Could you put score lines on it?
Sure could. Now, if I were to do score lines, it's hard to run stuff twice through the Cricut Cutter. It doesn't have really good registration. But what I'll do is I'll just print it a little lighter and won't cut all the way through the styrene. So I have to like pop out the pieces for the cut, and then the scores are better. So like in this example with the sand car, I cut at half the pressure, which means I had to be very careful popping the part out. But look at it, it's very easy cuts, you know, for the styrene sheet. So it was really no big deal. So when I score, I just cut everything at half pressure with half the passes, and I can just pop out the part. Where when I'm cutting, it just comes out like butter. I can just shake it out and it comes out. Any other questions, Speed?
No, we can go on. Okay.
So what I'd like to do right now is prime the pump for the next hour. I guess this is a teaser to keep people engaged, hopefully. I'm going to go back to Fusion 360. Okay. So we're back in Fusion 360 now, and I just want to show you the power of this 3D modeling software. So we've made our side panel, but I've also made all the other parts because I've shown you the car. So I can put in my bottom bolster. I'm just enabling stuff. And There we go. And the side rails. I thought I put side rails on. There we go. Okay. So here you can see the finished car in Fusion 360. And you can see I did the side. So for instance, the brake is one side. Notice it's blue. And you can see that I've got the styrene sheet right here on the edge. And then I've got that 3D printed rail. You go up on top, you notice that you can see the styrene that I've modeled in, and then the rail. So I always model my styrene into my 3D workspace just because that helps me to know what I've got and what I'm actually working with. Also the bottom bolster, I put that in, and you can see the bottom styrene sheet that I've got there. I can tell you my next iteration, this will be printed. I'm not doing a separate piece. And my next iteration, I'm going to be embedding a car weight as well. But this just allows you to be very, very effective. If I notice the blue side rail piece is right there. So just to show you what we're looking at, I'm not going to go through, I just went back to my camera. If we could see my camera, please. I'm not going to go through the 3D manufacturing. We will do a 3D printed part in Fusion 360, and I'll show you my slicing software to get to talk to the 3D printer. But here would be an example of one of the rails that we made. So that was right off the 3D printer. It printed while I was sleeping. This took my machine about a half an hour to produce. So I can basically produce a car with an hour, hour and a half of 3D printing. I've got 2 machines downstairs. It goes extremely fast. And I can basically print, I've got a 16-inch by 16-inch bed. I can pretty much print probably 20 cars at a go if I really, really want to get going. But it takes about an hour and a half of printing. Here's that bottom bolster piece. And you can notice that I've got holes already in for my screws for both the trucks and the coupler. I've got the coupler pocket modded in there for Katie couplers. And all these dimensions I've just got for like the heights and stuff because I've been doing this for so long. I just know what works well for Katie heights. If I got 33-inch wheels or 36-inch wheels, I've just kind of got that all dialed in. But in our next session, we are heading in the 3D printed direction. And I will show you basically how I made those rails a little bit, some of the basic concepts in Fusion 360, and how we go from there. If there's no question, Speed, I'm going to launch into that a little bit.
Hold on, you cannot go there until it's the hour. So,
okay.
An experience with the silhouette cutter?
Yes. With the Cricut cutter?
No, the silhouette, the competition.
Oh, silhouette? No, I have not used a silhouette. The reason I went with a Cricut versus silhouette is the online reviews of model railroaders who were trying it like 7 years ago. Basically, were saying Cricut was much more expandable. At that time, silhouette had a really hard time doing custom designs. Now it does a good job. They've all improved. There's also a cutter called Black Cat, I believe, which costs about $600. It's more professional, but that cuts styrene like mad. I've got a friend who has one of those. But I've found that the Cricut cutter works pretty well. Another issue with Cricut cutter is the blade is actually a swivel blade. And so there is no gear. So when it comes around a corner, it's going to swivel by just by the direction, which is why I get the soft corners. There are cutters that have a geared head that actually turn the blade so you get more precise and square edges. But here's the thing. Let me show you this. Here's a piece of styrene I cut. Notice that's a pretty square edge. You also notice there's a little ridge on top of this plastic. So it does, as it's cutting, it's like a little V that cuts into the plastic, and it does ridge that top edge. I actually like it because that little top lip is perfect for lining up my 3D printed rails and parts. I can just feel that and glue, and I've got a perfectly straight edge every time. So I use those ridges as my guides for my rails. And since it's so slight, so small, I really don't have to compensate for it when I'm making my parts, like subtract 0.1 millimeter. It really doesn't matter. But I like the ridging. And so I use those ridges to line up my rails all the time. And that way I don't have to keep looking always at level, or use my finger to feel if it's flush. No, that little lip there is perfect. So don't be afraid of a little ridge that this leaves. Is actually really, really helpful.
But you could remove them if you like.
Of course, yeah. File or just piece of sand, yeah. Be very, very easy. I did that at first, and I haven't done it since. I think for 6 years, I've never sanded my styrene. I actually do not have a file when I'm 3D printing and modeling. My parts come out so clean, I don't really need a file. And the styrene, well, you can't just put it on right from the cutter. I'm remodeling it. My 3D printed part doesn't fit without filing. I'm remodeling it. That's my policy.
Next question.
Yes.
Any experience with SketchUp or Tinkercad or another 3D generation software?
It's a great question. I've tried them all. There's also the Google product. There's a bunch of them out there. So if you go to the real 3D printing community, 3D printing as a hobby, they don't touch those programs like anything. They use programs like Fusion 360 or Blender or ZBrush. Those are Blender is more for making figures, animations, more sculpture, and so is ZBrush. But for Fusion 360, anybody doing like architectural parts and stuff, professionally or as a serious hobby, they're all Fusion 360. Tinkercad, SketchUp, all those things are easy to use, but they are extremely limited. Where Fusion 360 is a whole enchilada, the whole toolbox. It's amazing what it can do. And it's amazing how far it can scale. I mean, just to give you an example, I'm modeling the car ferries. Here's a car ferry deck wall that I'm making with all the rivets and stuff. I mean, all the details are in there, little ladders and stuff. Same software that I'm using to make simple styrene can do that. Another example, here's my 3D printed car or a 40-inch car ferry deck. It's all the same software. And so it's worth it. And
Are there any limitations in it?
since I'm making models now with tens of thousands of rivets, is the paid version allows you to do cloud computing for larger renders and stuff, and the free version does not. But I'm just splitting up my files into littler files and getting away with that. But as far as anything that we might need, in my experience, no, it's fantastic.
Which Cricut cutter are you using?
I have the Cricut Air. It is the Air 1. I think they have Air 2 now. They also have the Cricut Maker. I think if I was buying the machine now, I'd probably get a Cricut Maker because that has a geared head where it can swivel it more. And that looks really, really cool. But I have a Cricut Air 1, and it was produced, 6-7 years ago. And I've been running the same thing. I haven't even changed the stepper motor of the belt yet. Everything's still running. It sounds like a dying cow half the time these days, but it just keeps running and is very precise. So I could not be happier with this little thing. And it comes with a really cute canvas carrying bag so that I can feel hip. It's really nice.
My wife bought a Joy with a smile on her face saying, "You can use this for N scale."
Then I've used 10,000 styrene. You have. I know so many railroaders who have bought Cricut cutters and their wives steal them and never see them again. That's happened to so many guys. And then they try to use their wives, and it's like World War III divorce coming up.
Nope.
So guys, buy your own Cricut cutter. Buy your own. It's better. Styrene is hard on them. We beat up the mats. I mean, you look at my mat here. It is filthy from all the shavings and stuff. Just get your own stuff. It's not that expensive. A $200 tool. And it is, I mean, you can cut buildings with this and then laminate with paper. It is so easy. I mean, the things you can do with this, and it's a 12 by 24 inch sheet. Man, that's huge for HO skill. I'm building auto plants with it and all kinds of stuff.
Do you prefer the knife blade to the regular small blade?
Oh, got to use a deep cut. The regular blade will not work. The regular blade has a lot shallower V, where the deep cut is a narrower V. And the regular blade cannot cut through styrene. It makes a big mess of it. It can do it with 10 thou, but 20 thou and 30 thou, forget it. The deep cut blade is what you want to use.
Dave wants to know about a comment on Facebook about sand car sides bending, how that works.
Okay. Actually, give me 1 second. Let me show you the interior of that sand car. I've got it just over in the other room. Just a sec.
And while Tim is away, we are going to take a break so that we can swap hosts at the end of the hour.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, very good. So here's the interior of that sand car. And you notice that I basically put a little 3D printed rib that's curved behind every cut rib. I over-designed it. But this is basically what the interior looks like. And then I created a little channel on the bottom here that the styrene actually fits into on the bottom. It just laps in there. And then the top piece that glues on also has that same ridge. And so I've got little ridges to receive the plastic that holds them nice and tight. And I just glue the car together with the styrene sides. And so that's how I did it. And I don't see the problem with 3D printing. It's really 2.5D. And so you're going to get ridging with FDM if you try to print this curve. And then trying to do the ribs and stuff, you get vibration, all kinds of artifacts. Where this is quick and easy. It takes 20 seconds to cut it, and it is so much nicer and makes for a really, really nice car. And then I can 3D print all the rails and ends, the top, do all the parts that are more complex. But anytime I can use Cricut cutter, I do. It just
Are you willing to share the setting for cutting that styrene?
Yes, I can, but the setting's very easy. Maximum pressure, 4 passes.
4 passes.
It's like 360 on their scale, 360, but it's a maximum pressure, 4 passes. Yeah.
And you say these techniques will work for N scale as well, right?
I would think so. The only issue might be is the Cricut cutter does do rounded edges a little bit. So the smaller you go, I mean, you look at my little hole here, you can see it's not exactly square. So I think for N scale, as you get smaller and smaller, you might start running limitation of that size of the blade and the V and everything. But for HO, it's worked very, very well for me. I have made N scale cars. I have made N scale of these, and it did work. It did work with 10 thou styrene.
You could get the lines to go past the corner so that you come back and.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that. You won't be able to use Photoshop and do the process I did to do that, but yes, you can do that by working in a SVG file and using Illustrator or something like that. You can just draw your lines past, and it will do that. Yep.
Okay, someone asked if you know about Serif's Affinity Photo and Designer.
No.
I think it's mentioned on the Model Railroad Hobbyist channel. Okay, last question before we close for the hour is, where can people buy those kits that you were bragging about?
Oh, I just kind of get them to my friends and stuff. I haven't done eBay or anything yet. It's still a hobby for me. But if you guys, that would be the easy way to contact me. I do have a YouTube channel, Tim Oudenhoven. You can contact me through that. Otherwise, my email is timoudenhoven@gmail.com. So you got my name right on the screen there. Just go at gmail.com and you can email me if you want as well. That'll work very well.
So it's easy. Become a friend on Tim.
Well, River Rail, Wisconsin Michigan Railroad Club. But yeah, I mean, it's just, at the train shows, guys will say, where did you get that car? See my H1s or H4s, and it just kind of starts from there. They see the GBW cars, and where'd you get those? So that's kind of how I've sold stuff to this point, and just kind of just making the kits available. But yeah, at this point, it's a hobby, and it funds my 3D printers and all my tools, and I'm good with that.
Cool. So thank you, Tim. We'll see you in a few seconds.
I look forward to it.
I just have to let Brooks in so he can take over. I'll see you guys a little later today.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to the Gateway NMRAX. This is Brooks Willard coming to you live from the Hobby Time Workshop. I'm here with Tim Odenhoven, or Oudenhoven, right?
Oudenhoven, yeah, you got it.
Odenhoven, okay. All right. If you didn't catch his last video about cricket and in model railroading, I suggest that you catch that. And we're going to continue on with part 2, and you're going to talk about 3D printed parts, right?
Yes.
Cool.
So basically, scratch building a train car using modern techniques. So I'm going to share my screen here, and we're going to go over to my little document that we've been using. All right, Brooks, can you see my screen?
I can.
Very good. So this is again the car that we're making, but there's a caveat here: there is a modification that's been made to these cars. And that is this grading right here up on top, that some of the cars have that, TPPX. And I think that's a really, really cool detail. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that mesh yet. Maybe just use clear plastic that's just lightly coated or something like that. I've done that as well for fine mesh before. But I definitely want to 3D print this piece that fits on my gondola. So that's what I want to do for our project. I've already made the sides and stuff, but this will at least show us. But let's look at this part just a little bit more, and I'll kind of show you how I see it. So when I look at this, we have already made the side, if you looked at the last clinic, so we can just inset it in. But if we look at the edges here, it's like it's a flat piece, and then it's got a vertical piece that comes out from there. It's like an L girder. Notice how thin they are compared to my ribs. So my ribs I made, they are, we'll see what they are. I believe they're 1.5 millimeters thick. So we definitely want to make those a lot thinner. And notice up here on top too, you've got a flat piece with a piece that comes out, and down here too, you've got that sheet, and then it just goes right to the car side. So basically, it looks like I can just make a sheet here, but I'm probably gonna make a little landing riser that rests on top of the side of my car, and then also make that on the side here, just so it's easy to glue in. And it's nice that I won't be removing these, but it would be a retrofit piece for this car. The other thing we got to figure out is it looks like we got the flat pieces here on the corners, and then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the vertical runners, and they seem to be evenly spaced. Okay, so with that in mind, I'm going to stop my share, and I'm going to go back into Fusion 360, and let's make this. So Fusion 360, here you can see our piece, and you can see the rails. And so what we're going to do now is actually make this. So I'm going to create a brand new sketch. I like using sketches for different things. So making multiple sketches versus one sketch that rules them all, make lots of little ones. It's important that you name your sketches well. I am being extremely lazy with this car. But again, remember, I made this in 2 hours. But usually I go back and rename them, and sometimes I do it as I go. But I'm just going to click on my styrene sheet side here, and I'm going to hit Create New Sketch. Now, the genius here that we just did, if you will, is my sketch is right over the top of that styrene sheet. Because remember, I want to put something behind it to mimic that meshing, which means it might be a 20 thou styrene clear piece that we can then make a grading pattern on, either with decals or just misting an airbrush over it. So the piece I'm making is going to be butted right up to my rails. So I'm going to hide a few things here. All right, and end break, there we go. And let's get this nice. All right, so now what we need to do is we need to draw the basic lines like we've done before. So I'm going to create line, and notice how it just pops right on the side there. I can come right here, and I have the first line. So Fusion 360 is really smart. It just kind of lines stuff up real nice for you. I'm going to hide my side rail, so now I have just the styrene, and I'm going to click on these. Oops. Right here. Okay, that's good. Now what we need to do is create that those triangular pieces in the corner. So what I'm going to do is just click down here. Notice how my cursor immediately goes to that corner piece, and I'm just going to go up. And I want a 90-degree angle. Go, and I'm going to do it over here. I'm just using the line tool. Go. Now notice I went over. It's faster, just go over. I can use my trim tool, trim that up. Now I've got that piece. So I can actually give body and definition to these triangular pieces. So if I click on them, I hit my shift key, click on that. I want them to be thin, but I don't want them to be super thin. So I'm just going to choose to make these, let's say 1 millimeter. So I'm going to hit the E key, do 1 millimeter, go. Okay, I have those pieces in place. I'm going to show my sketch again. All right, so we got those made. Now what we need to do is that top rail. Now remember there was that vertical piece that comes out, and then there was a kind of a flat piece. So I'm going to click on this line right here, and I'm going to do what we call an offset, where it draws a line down below. So for that larger piece that comes out, my nozzle that I print with, I'm going to print this with, is probably going to be a 0.4 millimeters. So doing a 0.4 millimeter line is very possible for my printer. It'll be really nice and thin. It'll look really, really nice. So I'm going to do that. And if I zoom in, you can see I got 0.4 millimeters. I'm going to click on the line again, and I want to make that flatter piece. So right now it's going 1, which really means it's 0.6. I actually want it to be 1. I'm just going to make it 1. I think that sounds pretty good. We're going to do that. Perfect. Then I'm going to just revert back to my picture real quick here. Okay. Now what we need to do is the bottom piece. So if I come here, the bottom piece, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do O. And first I want to make that rail that latch is against the bottom for ease. So I'm going to make that 0.4. And that'll rest against that side rail. And then I'm going to do a 1.4, and I'm just going to make them the same. Right like that. There we go. Now what we need to do is make the end brace. Remember there were 7 of them that went across. And it looks like this one right here has no side plating on it, if you will. So I'm just going to do O, and I'm going to do a 0.4. Boom. Done. Got that one made. Now what we need to do is start mirroring these across. So I'm going to select these 2. This is a really cool trick. There is something called a rectangular pattern tool. It is your best friend. So rectangular pattern, I'm going to set the direction. I want it to go across like this. And then I got to set the extent. I don't know what it is, but all I know is I need 7 pieces. And I'm just going to take a guess on the measurement. I'm going to say 100 for now. I could have measured that. Okay, 100 is not right. So we're going to 120, too far, 110, almost there. It needs to be 109.8. Up too much, 0.6. So if I can do math. Okay, so 109.6 is the length. Notice you can see the line there, perfectly lined up. I now have 7 of these ready to go. I hit OK. And now I've just made all those lines for me ready to go. Let's go back to our picture and see what we're doing. I usually will use 2 screens, 2 computers, so I can constantly refer back. You can print the picture too, but I'm high tech. I guess I just use my computer. So it definitely looks like there's no thin piece on the other side of these ribs. It's just on the one piece. It looks like it's here, but it looks like I don't see anything over here. And I'm just going to assume that it's not there. I do have pictures from the other angle, and I can tell you, I don't know. But I'm just going to assume there's nothing there. I can always add it later. It's no big deal. So we're just going to create this one side, and I'll create it over here. So I need to create this piece right here. It looks to be the same thickness as that piece and this piece. So we've been making this 1 millimeter, so we'll just make those 1 millimeter all the way across. So let's switch back to Fusion 360. There we go. And we need to make a 1 millimeter piece. So I'm just going to do this line here, hit O, do -1, boom. And there it is. Now I need to put it across. But honestly, I could do that, but I'm just going to do it by manually because it's just fast to figure out that extent and measurement. Not really worth it just for a couple of pieces. But notice you don't have to use the fancy tools like rectangular pattern. Notice how fast I'm just going by hitting the O key for offset, and I'm just typing -1. Boom, I've got them all. Now we're ready to go and give this thing some depth and some definition. So I'm going to start by doing all the smaller pieces first. Now, notice I have a lot of lines here, which is a bit of a problem. Now, I could go and trim all these up. It really isn't worth the time to me to do that, to be honest. when you can just select with the shift key so quickly. I'm just going to do them by hand. Again, this is the crayon approach versus the number 2 pencil approach. But if I was, for prosperity's sake, the more correct way would definitely be to do all the trimming in that. But I'm going to guarantee you it would have taken me about 3 times as long to do that versus what we just did. Okay. All right. And I'm going to say extrude, and I believe we set those other ones at 1. I'm going to make a new body. Oops. 1. Okay. So now you can see we've got all of our pieces here. It's looking pretty good. Now what we gotta do is create the parts that pop out more, those braces that come out more. So let's do that. So I'm gonna go back into my sketch, right like that. I'm gonna hide the side panel, and I'm gonna edit my sketch. Okay, double clicking is your friend in Fusion 360. All right, now we just need to make those bigger pieces. Now, again, this is a little tedious because I don't have things chopped up like I want. So now I'm getting annoyed. So I'm just going to trim these because it's just going to get annoying. Now, when I did that rectangular pattern, I could have done the trim and did the rectangular pattern. If I was paying more attention, I would have done that if I wasn't trying to talk at the same time. But yes, it would have made more sense for me to draw the lines and then trim them and then do the rectangular pattern and do it 100% properly. But again, this is a very forgiving piece of software. We are good to go. Okay, we got that. And so I've got the trim key, which is the T key. You can just see they're all trimming up nice. Okay, so that makes it a lot easier for us. All right, so I'm just gonna come in here then and go and make these. Oh, we do that, do that. So I have not pre-modeled this. This is the first time I've modeled this piece, just for the record. So I wanted to kind of show authentically how it is when I first sit down to do this. And you can see it's really not too bad. In the Mac, I'm using the zoom in and zoom out feature on my magic mouse pad. That's how I'm zooming in so quickly. On Windows, I'm sure there's other keys and ways to do it. I just don't know because I'm a Mac guy, and it works very easily. Okay. So I believe I have these all selected up, and I'm just going to hit E. Now, I don't know. I want these to be farther out. I did one on the other one. So let's just make this 2 and go. Okay. So now if we look, we have this piece looking pretty nice. You know, you can see, well, it looks like I got a styrene sheet here that I didn't want. There we go. So this is looking pretty nice. It's looking pretty good. Let's refer back to our photo and just see how we're doing. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I always count those. I can't tell you how many times I've messed up when I'm making cars and I miss a rib. It's really annoying. Okay, here we go. So I notice there's a top lip right here that I need to put in yet. And then I do want to put this lip on the side so that it sits down into my car properly. So I'd say those are the 2 things we do. Do these 2 side top lips, and then just so it sits down in the car. So I'm going to go back into Fusion 360. I'm sorry I'm going so fast, but I hope we're all just kind of getting the basic concept versus how to do it. Just to show you another way to do these things. Let's say I don't want to go back in the sketch, but I want to draw this line forward. I don't have to create a sketch for everything. I can actually create a box. So I come here, create box. I tell it what surface I want to start from. I draw my box on here. We said it was 0.4 in height. You notice it's making the box. And now I can just click on this surface, and it draws it all the way across. Just like that. Notice we just drew that line without having to go back to sketch. Now, do I have it in the sketch? Yes. But there's many times of the just get the project done mode that it is kind of nice just to play with boxes. And it's a lot easier. But there are, just like many things with tools, there's multiple ways to do things. Okay, so we got that done. But now what we need to do is draw in, all right. Now I don't have this line drawn in. If we look here, I'm gonna put in my side panel. This line isn't here, so I need to draw this line right here. Boom. And then I'm gonna make an offset, and the offset's gonna be a -0.4, which is what we've been drawing everything. And then I'm gonna go over to here this side, draw the line. Now, could I be mirroring these things? Of course. Mirroring takes more time. It's just easier to do it sometimes. Oops, this is positive 0.4. Good. All right. Thank you. There we go. All right, so now I'm just going to select this. Select this. Okay, oops. I'm just going to do this for right now. So I'm going to do this as an E. I'm going to do 2 on it for the distance. And I'm going to hit OK. The part, which is body 100 right now. I go create, mirror, select. I always model my cars directly in the middle of the origin, which is right there. I hit that base, which is my middle cut point. Hit OK. Notice it just popped right over there. Now what I need to do is extend this edge all the way across. I'm going to hide my side panel. And, oops, zoom in. Work with me, work with me, work with me. We're on live television. Okay, it's being fiddly, but that's okay. Multiple ways to do these things. So sometimes I find that I'm not able to zoom in and out as well as I would like. But there is this zoom in feature, if you will, that you can use, where I can just draw. Come on. Yeah, it's not liking me right now, but that's okay. Multiple ways to do everything. I'm just going to join these. Combine them. It's called the combine tool. Okay. Now is it working? Yes. Okay. No, not quite yet. It's being a little ridiculous. Okay. And I select this face. Come on. So I need to zoom in just a little bit more, but for some reason she ain't zooming in on me. And at this point, this is when I would restart Fusion 360. Sometimes it gives you headaches, and it might be the sharing software we're using. Can I do this? There we go. Now it's gone. Good. Okay. So again, just play with it. But notice I selected this edge I need to put across. I'm just going to hit E, which is the extrude key, and I'm going to go to the other side. I'm just going to click over here. Notice it shoots across. I hit join. We're done. The other thing I want to do is these top surfaces right here. Notice in my quick modeling, it doesn't quite have those edges right. I can just click over here. Again, we're having trouble. There it goes. Don't know why it's doing that. Must be the sharing software. All right. There we go. I can click on this bit right here. And this can get extruded up. The thing is, it's going to try to extrude straight up. So it's actually easier for me to go back to my sketch and draw these lines up. So like I said, there's multiple ways to do things, but sometimes there are easier ways. And doing that extrude was not the easier way. Okay. Looks like I didn't draw my lines perfectly, but again, for video purposes, I'm okay with that. So I'm just going to, oops. All right, and I'm going to hit E on that and hit 2, which is what we're doing it as. New body, good. Okay. Okay, yeah, you can see I botched that a little bit, but you know, are you really going to notice? No. If I was doing this for reals, I would have fixed that. And I'm just going to do a mirror. I'm going to put it on the other side as we've been doing. Okay. Combine up these things that we've got. Okay. So if we look at the time right now, I just modeled this whole thing in 10 minutes. If I wasn't talking, it would have been a little quicker. But we literally have a pretty close to a printable part. The one thing that we messed up on, or I messed up on, is notice when I made those triangular pieces, it did the whole thing, which I'm a little annoyed about right now. So we need to make that triangular piece. And we need to make sure that when I click on it, it doesn't go all the way across. So we want to just do this pieces. So E.5. No, we did those as 1, sorry. Actually, that might look good 0.5, just to give a little distance. Let's try that. Add a little detail to it. Now you got a little relief there. I don't know if that's in the original, but that looks kind of cool to me. So I think I'm going to keep it. That looks kind of neat. All right, and combine these up. So there we go. Now let's look at our side panel, and we'll put the side rails on. Let's side panel, side rails. There we go. All right, let's just see how it's fitting in there. So it looks like we've got a little bit of a lip here. It's not exactly flush, but I'm okay with that. And notice on the back, we did make that pocket that I could put clear styrene or netting or a brass edge piece on there very easily. But we got a pretty nice piece, I think, right here. So let's say now I want to produce this. I want to 3D print it. We can go through that right now. So I'm going to name this. Rename. There we go. And I'm going to call it side panel mesh piece. Okay. In Fusion 360, if I want to make it, so 3D printers, you have to start what we call an STL file. That's like their favorite file format for like a 3D object. Just like you have JPEGs and PNGs and GIFs for images, you have STL files for a 3D model. And so I'm just going to save as STL. Okay. And I'm just going to call it side panel mesh piece. That's why I wanted to rename it first. And there we go. Rename it. Now what I need to do is to go into my slicer software, which I'm going into right now. But before I do that, Brooks, do I have any interesting questions? I'm back on my camera right now.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. Let me get over to the tab. You ready?
Yes, I am. I'm
okay.
back.
All right, cool. When you're doing the car design in Fusion 360, do you like modeling each part separately in separate files and then combining them all together, or modeling the whole car in the same file and then exporting each part?
So separate pieces, because you're going to create a kit. So I model pieces per my kit. So as I'm modeling, I'm already thinking about what my kit going to look like. So for instance, the sandcar inner piece is one piece. Of course, there's multiple pieces. You can see all little pieces, but it's one piece that I made. So yeah, I'm always thinking about the kit. So in my Fusion 360, the number of pieces I have refers to the kit itself. But yes, as I'm going, you can see where I was combining individual elements, but I want like that side rail to be like a retrofit piece, but I could easily just print it with my side rail and combine my side rail and then that top side rail piece we just made and make that one piece next time I print. So it depends how I think it's going to be easier for the manufacturing to put them together. I want to make my modeling as easy as possible. I have no need to show off my craftsman skills. No need. I have no need to show people I can file or super glue well. The less I can do, the better. Remember, the best part is no part.
Right. When you're 3D printing parts, can you print parts thin enough to use in place of what you would typically use a photo etch part for?
No.
Okay.
So the nozzle on these, if you think of it as actually a cone, and it's got a little hole in the middle of the cone, but you've got a lip around there that's flat. And the hole's in the middle of that flat circle. The problem is if I print anything, any line that is parallel, but is underneath the thickness of that edge between the hole and the edge of the nozzle on the bottom there, it's just going to goo it all to heck. It's going to be like a gooby mess. And so that is my limiting factor. I have been tempted to buy a cheap lathe and make my own nozzle that has like no hole, which means I could make like grating for grain cars and stuff. So I can make grating as long as it's straight and rectangular, but the ones with the holes in it or some of the more complicated grating I can't do right now because of the way the nozzle is made. And I'd like to make a custom nozzle, which might get rid of that. But the nice thing about having that flatness is it gives you nice, buttery, smooth surfaces. You can just see the bottom of this piece. I don't have to file this out. I can put my truck right on top of that, and she's going to run beautiful. With no flatness or very little, so I can print tighter.
Cool. And then I've had some experience using Fusion 360. What's there's a press pull tool and an extend tool. What's the difference? Because to me, they both do the same thing. Have you found any difference between them?
I'm using extrude. Press pull takes in other constraints of angles and stuff into dimension, and I just find that sometimes it does things I don't want it to do. So that's where instead of using the Q, the push pull, I'm always using extrude. I just find that to be, for me, a lot quicker and it's a lot more predictable, where push pull takes other things into account. If you look up on Fusion 360's help desk, there's an article all about extrude versus push pull. And for flat surfaces, extrude is the way to go if you're doing this on it. So I'm using some push-pull and stuff and more complicated locking and stuff to make these. But for simple car shapes, E is your friend, extrude. E for easy.
Cool. And then when you're exporting to the STL file, what method are you using to do that?
I'm doing it right out of Fusion 360. So you
Okay,
basically
all right.
right click on your body, which is the part that's 3D that I've extruded and stuff. You right click on the body and hit save as STL, and it pops out an STL right out of Fusion 360. It's
Okay.
really slick.
I asked that because I've been doing some designs and I found two ways. There's an export way, and I did it that way. And when you're doing cylindrical or curved objects, when I bring them into the slicer, they wind up being, like not curved. It's just with the facets are straight. And I wound up, there's like a 3D print that I seen in there, and I wound up doing it that way, and it seems to export it correctly. So I wanted to, if anybody had a problem with it.
Probably not in Fusion 360, because Fusion 360 is giving you a nice curved image.
Mm-hmm.
It's your slicer setting, and you got to set the number of facets for a curve, because really 3D printers can only work, basically it's not 3D, it's 2.5D. It can only go left, right, front, back, and so it can only print in straight lines. So even a curve in my 3D printer, it's making it a whole bunch of little straight lines to make that curve, and you can set how many little straight lines you want. Now, the reason that a lot of them are set low is because the cheap Chinese printers have really cheap processors, and they can't handle all the little lines. They get bogged down. But I run Duet 3D boards, which have 32-bit processors and tons of memory. And those things, I mean, they got 5 times the processing power that the lunar lander had going to the moon. It's incredible what those things can do. And so I can set like 256 little lines in a quarter turn, and it does a beautiful job, and it never misses a beat. And so there is a consideration on the actual hardware of the processor on the printer. The solution is slow is better. So if you're having trouble, just print slower, because then the processor will keep up. But like my printers, I'm printing 100 millimeters a second on a regular basis with linear rails and Hermé extruder. For the geeks here, we know what I'm talking about. I've got pretty premium parts that I'm able to print really fast, and my printer never skips a beat because it's got a really good 32-bit processor in it.
Cool.
The Duet 3D board is a $250 upgrade. If you can do a lot of 3D printing, it is well worth it.
Cool.
So that costs more than people buy.
What material are you using to print these cars with?
That's a great question. I was going to get into that, but when we talk about it now, so there are multiple types of plastic for 3D printers. The most common that the 3D printer hobbyists use is called PLA. It's made out of cornstarch. It's actually a byproduct of the ethanol process. And so I've got a plastic pellets part, but PLA is a great plastic. The problem with it is it gets brittle. It doesn't like sunlight, and it's got a really really low transition glass temp. So if you leave your parts like in the car and it's hot out, it will melt before ABS or styrene. Styrene melts at a higher temp. But PLA is really good because since it is a lower temp, it doesn't string and get gooey. It's easy to get nice, crisp, clean parts. In fact, these rails are actually printed with PLA, and just notice how fine those ladders are that I printed. Just look at how fine that is. That would be really impossible to do in ABS, which you can print in 3D printer. ABS can't do this. It never bridged that gap. They just get a gooey mess trying to do that. There is a happy medium between ABS styrene and PLA, which is called PETG. PETG, PET, is what they make milk bottles out of, and then G, they add a glycol to it to make it just a little more fluid. But PETG is a really happy medium. I tried printing ABS styrene. No, don't do it. No one in the 3D printing hobbyist world recommends ABS. Maybe they do it for manufacturing and some prototype stuff, but PLA and PETG, when you get your printer, buy both. PETG is nice. It's more flexible. It's much more heat resistant, and it's stronger because it's not brittle. So like these GBW cars, I can squash them, and I can really torture this thing. This is all PETG, and still notice how clean it prints. Just not quite as good as PLA. So I'm really printing fine stuff. I print PLA. This door right here is printed in PLA. And just notice how I got the door rods and stuff printed and little risers. It's just super clean. PETG just can't quite print as clean. So that's my marker, is strength versus cleanness. It's always that term. Now I'll have cars with PETG and PLA parts in them. I'll do both.
Cool. What model is your 3D printer?
So my I've upgraded. So I started life with an i3 printer. It was a Wanhao i3. It had a 8x8 by 8 inch print capacity, It's very comparable now to your Enders or your basic CR10s by Creality. A lot of the other printers you can buy. It's a Chinese kit, the Wanhao. It was a really nice printer. I still got it. Got linear rails, round rails on it. Love it. But that was too small, so I upgraded to CR10 S4s, which have a 16-inch by 16-inch bed by 16-inch height. So I'm able to print my huge 40-inch Cardex in 4 pieces now versus having to print them in 8 or 16 pieces. Bigger printers mean more headaches. So I've upgraded my CR10s with linear rails. 3D Fused makes wonderful, wonderful retrofit kits with CNC aluminum parts. I put new extruders on. I printed all my own brackets. I've got Duet 3D board. I got Wham Bam flexible build plate that I use now. I've upgraded the heat bed on it. I've done structural reinforcements, almost better than the $3,500 printers. But again, it took me a while to do it. My recommendation is that you can buy really cheap printer kits. I need everything. Buy that. It's the best $100 college course you can ever have in 3D printing. If you're serious about it, build your own kit because you really learn how these things work. And so I had the Wanhao, and then just for the kicks and giggles, I bought an ANET. I built it during a Super Bowl. It took me about 3.5 hours to build, and never got it working well. Never planned on getting it working well. It's dirt cheap. It's cheap parts. But you know what? It taught me everything I needed about 3D printers that when I got my CR10s and Frankenstein them, they work beautifully, and I'm getting beautiful, beautiful parts out of them.
Cool.
So this is a hobby in itself, and you have to see it as a hobby in itself. So I went full bore 3D printing for 2 years and kind of left the model trains behind. Didn't quite do as much. I do 5 projects at once usually, but most of my stuff was 3D printing for 3D printing's sake before I could actually start making model train projects. And realized 5 years ago when I was doing this, there weren't many people doing it. There weren't printers you could buy for $200 that just work. Everything had to be botched and batched and broken and fixed. Nowadays, it's a little bit easier, but still, I think the hands-on approach is the way to go.
Yeah, I've been down the same road. I started out with the TiVo Tornado and went with the Prusa i3, and the TiVo. I'm wanting to upgrade parts for it, and I mainly still have it because it prints big volume stuff. So, but
so the printers are awesome, but again, they're pricey. But then the priciness gets you a printer that works pretty much out of the box with a little bit of tweaking. So if someone's got the money, buy a Prusa. Buy a Prusa. It's a wonderful printer. I've seen them run. But again, for what I'm doing, I wouldn't touch a Prusa. My machines, they're exactly what I want. Dial it in, real fine stuff. It'd take me a while to get a Prusa working like that.
So what size is your nozzle that you're using, and then what layer heights do you like printing at with the fine detail?
So it depends. So I'm printing 0.4 millimeter nozzle is your standard. I do a lot of 0.2. I do have a 0.15 as well that I'll use. With the new Hermeric extruders, best extruder I've ever gotten with direct drive. 0.15 is possible now, and it's really cool, super fine. But again, you got the problem of the little hole in a bigger round plate, so you can't print lots of parallel lines. But for really fine parts, but I do a lot of 0.2. So this was printed with 0.2, so I get the ladders right and stuff, where this was printed with 0.4 for speed. So this printed in a half an hour. I could have printed it faster, but slower is better. It doesn't break as much or mess up parts. But if I printed this in 0.2, this probably would have taken an hour and 20 minutes. For layer heights, the rule is you never want to print, you always want to no more than 2.5 ratio on your nozzle. So if I'm printing a 0.4, I don't want to print much over 0.25 layer height. And if I'm printing 0.2, I don't want to go over 0.125 for my layer height. 0.125 is the height. 0.1 is what I do all the time. And then if I'm printing roofs like this, so here's a roof that I printed. You can see just a really fine detail. And I've got like curved plates here. This is my 60-foot high cubes that I showed earlier. I printed a 0.1 layer height to get the back. And then once I got to the top, I actually started printing 0.5. And then it went down to 0.25 just to really get me that fine. So in my slicer software, I can actually modify and taper things and go smaller and smaller. So because my machines are so precise with the linear rails and the duet boards, I can print 0.25 layer heights very, very easily, which is like resin quality. And it prints really, really nice. And to be able to print something this flat, where I can just do a Rust-Oleum primer and throw it on the car and you'll never see it 3D printed, is awesome. And this has only happened, I've only been able to do this in the last 5 months. So I'm continuing to refine my craft, but I'm really happy to go print stuff like this now.
So you're not having to deal with the layer, cleaning up between the layers. Usually you get like banding, for the layers there, and a lot of people do like acetone or something to smooth it out. You don't have that problem?
It's not that bad. I mean, even here, I mean, just to show, it's not going to show on the screen, but here's the layer heights. I don't think it's focusing. You're not going to see them. You're not going to see that. I can sort of feel with my fingertip, but when I put paint on this, you're not going to see it. I mean, you look at this car. Can you see layer lines on this? There's layer lines. There's 10 layers right there of plastic. Can you see that?
It's a little fuzzy, but yeah.
The angle slope. You really can't see it, even though this is 0.15, I believe, layer heights. And I did misspeak before, so I'm printing 0.025 anyway. It's really fine. 150 micron layer heights, you can't see that. Now, when I go down to 100 micron or 50 micron layer heights, which is this went down to 50 micron layer heights, you really can't see it at all. But that's the quality of the printer. If I had just a stock Chinese printer, even though mine were stock Chinese $800 kits, because of the size, the aluminum extrusion, I mean, I put $400 of linear rails on them, $200 extruder, $200 drive board. I got BL Touch for level height, the Wham Bam level. All the upgrades allows you to start doing stuff like this. But don't start 3D printing thinking you're going to print this. Start 3D printing and try to print maybe basic shapes like this end is. We just have basic things, basic ribs. Try printing a gondola. Don't start trying to print a complicated door, or for instance a car fare, interurban. This has been printed on resin that I did. Don't start with this. I'm printing signals right now. These signals cost me 10 cents to produce. I don't have this glued on yet. That's why it's off. But notice the platforms. These are the CN style, modern CN style. I mean, great detail. And these cost nothing to produce. Super easy to put together. It took me literally 5 hours to model it, and we're good to go. And one of the cool things about 3D printing is you can actually bend parts. And so that signal, here's the rail for the signal. And if you look here, notice how I have little cuts. I don't know if you can see it. See the little cuts right there? I put little V's on the back, which allows me to come and to bend this. See how I can just bend this up? And now I just bent it, and I've got I got the hexagonal railing that's on those, and just bent up. And so I created those little cuts on the back of it so that I can bend it. And since the plastic is a little bit bendable, I can bend pieces into place. So I'm making railings and hand railings. A lot of times I'll make little notches. That's just my bend point. Just like I score styrene and then it can break it or bend it, I actually make bend points in some of my 3D parts, so I can do that as well.
What do you use to glue those together?
So PETG responds to methyl ethyl quinone or your plastistruck and things like that, which is really nice. And then when I'm printing PLA parts, the Tamiya stuff has a methyl chloride, whatever, dichloride in it. But I really like Tamiya when I'm doing PLA. So when I'm doing PLA parts and putting them on styrene like this, I glued this all together with the Tamiya stuff. It sets within 5 seconds. It's great. It's thin. You'll never see your glue lines. And then I also use a really thin super glue to reinforce my corners. This is a really strong car. I mean, I can chuck this against the wall. It won't break because of the super glue reinforcing in it as well. So super glue, methyl ethyl meek. If I'm doing PLA parts with styrene, I'm sorry, PETG parts with styrene, I use the meek, the methyl ethyl quinone. And then if I'm doing PLA parts, I use the Tamiya glue because that eats through the PLA really nice.
Cool. Have you looked at doing SLA resin?
I have a resin printer, yes. I have one of the ones with the LCD screen. It's a Wanhao D7. It was one of the first screen printers to come out 5 years ago. I was a beta tester for them. I've got that. Resin is messy. Resin's expensive. Resin smells bad. Resin you don't want to get in your hands. Definitely not in your eyes. I don't like resin. I don't like printing in resin. It's a chore. It's like brass etching. Anyone can brass etch parts. Go hardware store, get the chemicals. No one likes doing it because of the fumes and the mess and the danger and eye protection. Same thing with the resin. It's just messy, and I mean, I do resin print, for instance, this car is resin printed, my Chicago North Shore cars, but I avoid it like the plague. And right now, I made this 4 years ago. I can print this on my Frankenstein printers now. So my FDM printer could produce this quality now if I were to print new ones. So I try to do everything FDM possible. But resin has its place. But again, I like playing with crayons. I like doing stuff quick. I like having fun. Resin's not fun to me. It's work.
Yeah, that's what I've heard, that it's really messy and you got to be careful with it. So
now Speed's trying to get me to get Formlabs printer. Maybe Formlabs is fun, but those are $3,000 printers.
yeah,
my little D7 was $350, and again, I don't want to blow $3,000 on a tool that I'm barely going to use. Where FDM is just so flexible. So yeah.
Yeah. What are you using for your bed and doing adhesion for your part on the bed?
Yeah, so I've done a lot of different things. I've done like those blue plastic mats you can put in, the easy build knockoffs. I used to print on those all the time and use a spatula. I did that for years. I've done glass, love glass. Glass is perfect for doing these kind of parts. And then you use a product called Magigoo. It is the best stuff. It is magic, I guess, but it really is good on glass and on the easy tack, easy build, knockoff build plates that you stick down. The Magigoo is fantastic. But I've actually upgraded. There's a company called Wham Bam Systems out of Florida, and they make a flexible steel that's held down by magnets. You just pick it up and you just flex, and the parts come right off. And I'm using their PEX, the PEX build surface now, and that is fantastic. It's changed my life. Because now instead of spatula breaking parts, I just go boop, and it's off. And just let the parts fall. It's like my styrene parts coming out like butter. Now my 3D printed parts come off like butter. So that PEX material is really worth the money. I mean, it was a big investment. I mean, I think it was like $120 a printer to put that on my printers, but it's worth every penny, especially with the mass production I'm doing where my printers are running 3-4 days a week. It's really nice.
Right.
With that, I'm printing at bed heats anywhere from 70 to 80 degrees centigrade. And then now that I have magnets on my bed, I'm actually building like what they call elephant ears. So for instance, I'm putting a really fine part. I'll actually make a part that goes beyond that I clip off just to make sure this little piece holds in place. It's called an elephant ear. And I'll make it, and then I'll put a rare earth magnet on top of it. So after I put those first layers on, I got those cheap rare earth magnets I put right on. And as long as I don't go beyond 80 degrees centigrade, I don't hit that effect where the magnet loses its magnetism. And so for like a lot of these bigger pieces when I'm printing these car decks and stuff, I'll make those elephant ears, and then I just put some magnets on top, and then for another 15 hours, it prints the rest of it. But with the magnets holding it down, it ain't going to warp. It ain't going to pop off the bed at all.
Cool.
And then when it's done, let it cool down, and boop, and it's off.
Yeah, so you found that's the best way to keep from warping big, large parts then?
Big, large parts are always hard. So big, large parts, when I'm printing something really big and it's thin and I know it's going to work, I don't have a build chamber yet, like a heated build chamber. I just throw a trash bag over my printer, which is cheap insulation, and I put a clear plastic trash bag over it to keep the heat in, because warping happens when your bottom layer cools, but you're printing hot on top. It cracks it. It warps. It's thermodynamics. And so by putting that trash bag over and keeping the whole build's internal temperature at 56 degrees centigrade, it works a whole lot better. I'm actually building a new printer here right now that's going to be 16 inches by 64 inches for a build surface. And that's going to be completely enclosed so I can heat up that entire surface. I'm printing these 40-inch car decks in one piece.
Wow.
And so that'll be like a 3 to 4 day print. And with a part that big, you definitely want a heated build chamber so you don't get that thermodynamic peeling and cracking. But this is why you print in PLA and PETG and never ABS. No ABS. It's a mess.
Yeah, I think the PETG is sort of replaced the ABS as far as the strength, and you don't get the warping and the cooling problems that you have with ABS.
And ABS has a lot of chemicals. It outgasses. You're supposed to do it outside. You're not supposed to have it inside your house. So PETG and PLA do not outgas and do not create like this nasty chlorine gas like ABS does. Remember, ABS is made in fuel refineries. It's got all the nasty stuff they took out of the fuel for environmental, and now it's in the plastic. So when you print ABS, it should be in a well-ventilated area, just like the resin should be in a well-ventilated area.
Wow.
Which is why I don't.
Yeah. Well, I think. Do you have any other?
If I can show my screen again, I'll go into that and I'll just take about 5 minutes and show that. And then if we have any questions at the end, I'd be more than happy to answer those.
Okay, sounds good.
So can you see my Simplify 3D screen?
Yes.
Okay, so I like Simplify 3D. It is a paid-for slasher. I believe it's $140. I've been using this for 6 years. Back in the day, Cura and some of the freebies were junk. Now they're better. There's a lot of options. But since I've been using Simplify 3D, since I've already bought it, I really, really like it. I love how easy it is to make setting changes. I believe Simplify 3D is one of the easiest slicers and most robust to use. So here you can see my 16 by 16 inch bed. That's in Simplify 3D. I'm going to hit import here. And I'm going to import that side panel mesh. It pops in. Notice it pops in the orientation of Fusion 360. I can then select it and put it on the bed, on the build surface. So here it is right here. And boy, this is weird sharing screen share. My Mac is acting weird. Anyway, you can see the part right here. And it's there. So in my slicer settings, again, this is Simplify 3D. I've got this set right now for a 0.2 nozzle diameter. We'll change that. And you notice my layer height is at 0.125. So it's 125 micron. What I was saying earlier, you don't want to go any higher than that. If I hit print on this, here's the render view. And you can see human hair. I mean, this is really, really thin. And good luck, sir. Second layer, just layer by layer by layer, and just builds up my part nice as can be. So when I'm done with this, I can save the tool path to disk. And this creates a file called G-code. It's a G-code file. And the G-code is a machine code language that the printer reads to print. 3D printers, except for Duet 3D, are pretty stupid. They just follow, go here, extrude this, extrude that, go here, go there, go up, go down, go left, go right. That's what G-code is. When you start getting into the Duet 3D stuff and some of the more sophisticated 32-bit boards, it's actually doing a lot more than that. I'm going to switch back to my camera. So my printer has what they call mesh bed leveling. There's no flat surface in the world. Glass is pretty close. And so my bed undulates. And so I've got this touch probe that measures the bed at temperature every time I print. And then as it's going on those first layers, it's actually going up and down a little bit. So that my first layer is perfectly smooth. Even though it may not be perfectly flat, it's perfectly smooth on the bed. And so if you get a 3D printer looking to mesh bed leveling, especially if you get something that's bigger than 8 by 8 inches. So my machine is actually interpreting the G code and making something that prints very, very well. And that's what you get with some of the higher end components. A cheap Ender 3 or something like that isn't really going to make the 3D print in Fusion 360. And I put in my slicer, and then I do all the machine stuff. I set all my settings, my temperatures, when the fan kicks on, the bridging settings, so I can have nice bridging, I don't get droopage. All that gets set, and then that machine code then goes to the printer. So you basically got two hobbies. You got the 3D modeling hobby. You've got the craftsmanship of running a 3D printer and learning how it really works mechanically. This is why it's good to buy a cheap kit and really learn how these things work, guts and bolts, and do your own programming and figure it out, because that allows you to use a slicer much more effectively. And so I feel very comfortable with my printers because I built them. I've tightened every screw. I've drilled so many holes into them. I've done all the wiring completely. I've got custom power supplies. I've got all kinds of custom code running on them. And then my Simplify 3D also has some of that customization built into it in some of my startup and ending scripts and stuff and layer change scripts. In fact, I have it where I can put a little wire brush at the edge of my printer. And if I'm printing PET-G and I know it's going to be stringy, I can add one little piece of code that after every layer, it goes over and goes over that wire brush and then comes back with a clean nozzle and keeps printing.
That's cool.
So I've got stuff like that I've done just to make the printing easier. I've got code. For instance, if I'm printing lots of parts and I'm doing like 10 parts here, 10 parts here, 10 parts here, I've got it set that it does 10 parts, and then my printer beeps. And then just holds temperature and waits for me to come downstairs and make sure it's good. And what's cool is I use Wise cameras to look at my printers. Well, the Wise camera is saying, you got a fire alarm going off. I look, oh yeah, those 10 pieces look good. I log in via VPN in my network, hit print, it continues going. And so I can print lots of parts complicated on the road, and my cell phone tells me when each part is done. I can look at it with the camera. It does a push notification because of the siren, and we're good to go. So I've really tweaked my stuff so it fits my lifestyle. I can go away on 3-day vacation, a weekend. I'll log into my printers, turn my printers on, heat them up, look at the cameras a day early, and I have a day's worth of parts sitting at my house when I arrive home. And believe me, you get into a dark garage, come in with all your dirty clothes and stuff, you go downstairs, you got a bunch of beautiful model road parts sitting waiting for you to glue together. That's kind of fun. But I don't like running my 3D printers for days and days when I'm not home, but I will fire them up for 12 hours or 14 hours before I get home or something like that. So just making the hobby work for you is really nice.
What scale are you printing? HO scale, O scale?
I do HO and O, and I have done N as well. So I sell kits in many different scales. I love O scale because it's so big and so tough. It just takes forever to print. But HO with a 0.2 millimeter, 200 micron nozzle, yeah, you can do a lot in HO scale. Really, really cool. Yeah. N scale, I've done a little bit simple stuff, but I'm never going to get the resolution for N scale that I get in HO. And talk to skill trains, I'm sure they see the same thing.
Recommend that?
So what I did on these new printers is, since I've already upgraded the Wanhao i3 and the ANET 88, I just I went for it and I did all the upgrades at once. So I got the CR10s. The first one, I fired it up just to make sure everything worked, and then I ripped out the control board and everything. New power supply, new control boards, new wires, new motors, the linear rails, and I upgraded the whole thing and fired it up. And I did that for both machines, and it worked very well. But I'd already been 3D printing for multiple years. I'd already stripped my printers completely and upgraded them in many different ways. And so I felt comfortable doing that. With the new mega printer I'm building, it'll be the same thing where I just buy all the parts I know I need, I know I want, and boom, it's cool. It should be okay. I wouldn't have done that first couple of years though. No way.
Yeah. Well, we're getting close to having to wrap it up here, but I've got a few more questions. Do you have a YouTube channel?
I do, but not for model railroading. But I do have a YouTube channel. I'm a Catholic priest by trade, so if you want to watch me at Mass and give homilies, you can see that. But I do not do model road YouTubing. I do stuff for my local groups and stuff. I do a lot of clinics. I do stuff like this, but I haven't been making model road videos. This is my hobby. Making videos seems too much like work.
Do you have a Facebook page or Instagram where you post pictures of your work? Okay.
No, I just do internal email chains to people and stuff. I don't do a lot of social media, unfortunately. Okay. My email is timoudenhoven@gmail. You can see my name on the screen. So if you want to email me, just email me using my Gmail. That'll be fine.
Okay, cool. Well, I appreciate you coming on, and that was an interesting clinic, and we're glad to have you here. So I think with that, we'll turn it back over to Martin and bring on the next guest.
Thank you much. Appreciate it.